בלה בלה.
נייס.
יש גם את הטולס.
ואני רואה אותך לייב. תפס בול, וואו. לא מהר.
Precision captions. מה זה אלה? איפה עושים את הדבר הזה? סטאטס.
מה אתה מחפש? אין דיליי כמעט אגב.
כן, זה אולטרה לואו.
אוקיי. בסטרים זה 32 שניות, אצלך פאק.
You will never know.
אין לי כוח לספור. 52 זה בסטרים. 48. 3 שניות הבדל.
אחלה. בואו אני אעזור לסטרים הזה. אני צריך לעשות ביותר מ-10,000.
בינתיים זה נראה שהוא יוצא ב-10,000.
כן, באופן די מפתיע.
Answering this episode. So, like having a all thing, it was in up there, come up, all out to sounds for good. So, and also scones good. Yes, Raycon.
2:30 הסרטון מתחיל אחרי ספונסר. כן, נכון? מרגיש 2017.
אין דיליי, רוב.
So,
אין
I've
דיליי.
never particularly
יש שנייה
considered
דיליי.
myself a
זה
believer,
דיסקורד הופך להיות.
nor am I a complete skeptic. I mean, I turn all the lights on to go to the toilet if I've watched a scary film or have been.
אוקיי, עכשיו שמעתי את זה. מתי שאתה עשית אני שמעתי את זה. קוסומו.
I must believe, at least to an extent.
אוי, אני יודע שזה עשה לי טריפים.
My dad lives in the Scottish Highlands, has done so for the last 20 plus years, and I drive the 14-hour round trip to visit as often as possible, 2 or 3 times a year. I've always loved this journey, especially if I'm by myself, as there's around 2 or 3 hours of motorway or highway, followed by back roads through the mountains, through the forests as well, and around locks where I can put music on and pretty much just switch off. For the most part, there's little to no phone signals, so I generally download a couple of playlists before I go, put my phone in its holder, and blindly follow the sat-nav until it loses signal. I've been doing this journey for years, so really I have no requirement for the sat-nav, but I love to try and beat the ETA. It can also be quite handy when it has signal to let me know if there's any accidents or diversions ahead, and just stuff like that. Anyhow, on this particular journey I was coming home. I'd set off at nightfall as there's far less traffic on the overnight journeys and less chance to get stuck behind holiday makers, especially caravans. Man, do I hate caravans.
הסתדר לי.
מה?
I was traveling south
מה
in
שאלת?
January.
מה? תדבר שנייה.
The weather
דבר
was
שנייה.
something
בסדר,
else.
סבבה.
My car showed an outside
Paul,
temperature
אותך.
of minus 12 degrees Celsius,
Okay.
and the snow barely stopped. It hadn't stopped since I arrived at my
לפני
dad's
שאני ממשיך עם הסטרים הזה אני צריך להזכיר את הספונסר שלי.
My wipers were on full speed, but still I was to drive at full speed.
איך מגדירים
There'd be a
דוניישנס?
short break in the snowfall.
Lord.
Everything just looked sort of magical.
AC 140 above!
It was like driving through a Christmas card.
לא.
Looking down into the valleys as well, everything was covered in.
But
thick
before we
white
continue with this stream,
and
a word
lit
for
up
my
by the
sponsor,
moon,
Raid!
head moon, making it possible
אני
to
לא
still
יכול
make
להיות
out the
פה
river
ולשמוע
views
את זה
of
ולדבר, זה
the
מפלט...
מי הדעני האמיתי?
On these roads, there's
Exactly.
really nothing in terms of lighting, and what's
shit.
worse is that there can be quite often a large drop on either side of the road. Couple this with 3 or 4 feet of fresh snow and an inability to see any of the road, you've got the potential of a lot of accidents. In order to combat this though, there's 8-foot high sticks at the side of the road with reflective tape at the top, red on one side and white on the other. You drive between these and you should be okay. So, I was driving and driving. The snow just hadn't given up, and I was focusing on the red and white reflective tape to keep on the road. Up ahead, I saw the dim taillights of another car, a welcome sight, as it was the first I'd seen in like over an hour. Everyone else must have known
Never
that it was a
go
bad
to a
idea
car
to
like
be
that.
out in this.
Never.
but instead of focusing on the reflective sticks, I was now focusing on the taillights of the car ahead. I couldn't quite work out what make or model it was. It was a lightish, sort of white or light grey SUV of some sort. Holiday
Subaru?
makers, I guessed. I
Subaru.
thought this because I could make
Nissan.
a bike rack. They too must have ignored the warnings to not drive tonight. But when I sped up to try and make some ground between us, it seemed to speed up too. If I slowed down, they slowed down too. The space between us remained constant. I decided that my headlights must have been annoying them in the rearview mirror, so I kept the distance as it was, blindly following their lights whilst being mindful to try and keep my tyres in the most shallow bits of the snow on the road, avoiding the occasional snow mound. A bit of time lapsed, I have no idea how much to be honest, as I had now switched off entirely, listening to my mix of 90s old school dance, with the howl of the wind and the splat of the snow on my windscreen, and in between wiper swishes, watching the red lights ahead of me, glowing in the dark like the eyes of a demonic beast, intent on keeping its distance. And it was at this point that I noticed the car ahead start to take a turn off the road and felt a sudden sense of sadness and sort of loneliness, I guess. I was all of a sudden losing my travel buddy.
Aww. He's sad.
It was the only other sign of human life that I'd had for like the last few hours. But I then realized I've been so intent on following the car in front of me, I had no idea where I was. Which isn't a huge issue, I guess. I essentially just had to stay on the same road for like 3 hours until I reached a fork in the road, turn right, and then onto the main road and see a little roundabout. Bizarrely though, my sat-nav now just displayed lost GPS signal and had me as a sort of a dot on a white background. Convenient, as everything was covered in snow anyway. But it never did this. It usually downloaded enough of the routes to at least keep the map on the screen. It was then that I got an overwhelming urge to follow the car ahead. I knew that I shouldn't have. I literally had no turnings I needed to make off the road, and I really didn't recognize the road that they were taking. And, the more I think of it, I've never noticed a turnoff that goes down the side of the mountain like this. But maybe I just never looked. I decided to follow it. Of course I did. I mean, if I ever think I shouldn't do something because it could end up in regret,
Another mistake.
I'm the sort of person who would probably do it. Although, as I neared the turning, I started to doubt myself.
מגדיל את העצים האלה,
I
לא?
thought that I should stay on the road, but no matter how much I wanted to keep
שם
the
איזה
wheels going
4
straight,
סטייקים, לא?
my
זה 4?
hands and
זה 4,
body
אבל
was
זה
being
טייגה
I
האלה.
turned off.
הם אף פעם לא היו 4.
Immediately, I didn't recognize
זה
this.
לא הדארק ההוא כזה.
ג'נגל.
I didn't
כן,
recognize my
הג'נגל
old
זה
road
מה
when I was on that either, to be
אבל לא.
אני
honest.
צודק?
So, I guess it really
כן,
didn't make too much
ספוסים אף פעם לא היו
difference.
ככה ענקים.
I mean, everything was white, everything was dark, lots of trees and the
interesting.
reflective sticks. If
Oh,
anything, it
tough.
looked exactly the same, like I hadn't turned off at all. 10 or 15
אני אוהב
minutes
את איך
later,
שכל
though, the car
הבעיה
ahead
הזאת
started pulling
נראית.
away from me.
כן,
כל
Only
הזמן
slowly,
גבוהים.
but faster than I wanted to drive in these conditions, so I let it. It couldn't really get away anyway, as there was nowhere to go from this road, so I figured that I'd see it again shortly. Another 10 minutes or so passed of driving alone, and then, in the distance, I spotted the lights again, and this time I was catching up quickly. The lights were flashing in the dark distance, though. Amber and then nothing, amber and nothing again. Great. My travel buddy has got their hazard lights on and they've stopped. I decided that I'd have to pull over and see what was wrong. As I pulled up behind my buddy, a white Audi, possibly a Q3
FBI
or
pulled
Q5,
over.
I'm not sure.
FBI.
I noticed the amount of snow on their car. Surely way too much for them to have just stopped. And weirdly, there's no tyre tracks for me to pull into. But it was 100% the same car that I'd been following. I knew that much. I came to a stop just as a woman in a blue coat ran to my window waving her arms. I'm not the most empathetic of people, but it didn't take much to read the relief on her face
No.
and see that she'd been crying. She had to pull over because apparently she had a puncture, and then explained that she'd been waiting there, unable to call anyone as there's no signal, and thought that she'd have to wait until the morning before she could leave. She had her ignition on while she listened to music and tried to keep the DVD player running for her little one, pressing the heated seat button each time it turned itself off, until it just wouldn't turn back on. battery had completely died at this point. I thought that she was being a bit dramatic. I mean, it was literally only a few minutes that she'd been pulled away from me. I mean, she couldn't have been here long. But over 4.5 hours. Allegedly, that's how long she'd been there. Over 4.5 hours she'd sat in her car with her 18-month-old child in minus 12 degrees Celsius temperatures with no phone signal, food or drink, and nowhere to heat the inside of the car up. So this wasn't the car in front of me for the last 2 hours, but it looked exactly the same, even down to the dark grey roof box and bike rack. Coincidence? Yeah, I guess so. A really big one, but that's all I can logically think of. But I suddenly felt angry.
אומייגאד, בדיסקורד בקושי שמעתי אותך אומר את הקונספירסי, ואז כזה שמעתי את זה מהסטרים, אז אני כזה נני? כזה רק מהסטרים הבנתי שאמרת קונספירסי, ואז אני כזה חוזר.
So I asked her if she tried to flag them down. A look of confusion or concern spread across her face, and she told me that there hadn't been a single car go past while she'd been there. But I stopped myself from going any further, obviously, from explaining that I'd been following a car that didn't exist for over 2 hours. I mean, she was scared enough from being sat here in the dark for the last few hours. In any case, I jumped out and looked in her car, assisted by the light from my headlights. I saw her.
אתה עוד פעם
I asked her if she wanted some coffee.
I love it.
She'd already
I
tried
absolutely
it.
love it.
I'd left the wrench in the car
Oh my god.
next to the wheel. It was
That's my
covered
favorite
in
thing ever now.
freezing cold. But I jacked up her car, removed her tire.
אני כזה מה?
פעם הבאה שאני אעשה את זה אני אגיד לך לא אמרתי כלום.
וואו.
Instructed her to start up her car. Once it came back to life, we stood and we spoke, and I asked her where she was going. Sterling, she replied. Brilliant. I'll follow behind you. Again, I thought. That's on my route. She thanked me for helping her, for talking to her, and for calming her down. She thanked me for the coffee and gave me a quick hug. Quick enough to be meaningful, but short enough not to be overly awkward from a stranger. She got in her car and she set off. I got in my car. I sat for a moment staring at the all-too-familiar taillights of the white greyish SUV with a roof box and bike rack, lit up a smoke and set off.
לא שפיילי, שפיילי.
I sped up, I caught her up, I
Yep,
slowed
plenty
down,
of
and
creeper
she
in.
pulled away and her speed just remained constant. I kept wondering how she hadn't seen the other car though, the other car that was exactly the same as her car. I kept wondering how now I knew where we were, but yet we'd not turned off or turned on to any other road.
She is that car.
She is
As we
that
neared the
cunt.
civilization of the A roads, I started to
shit.
become aware of the tracks left by my new travel buddy. The tracks in the snow
Yeah, you
left by
could.
their tires.
What?
The tracks in the snow that
נני? You quit?
I'm
no,
99%
not-
certain
נגדיר את
were there
הרעם.
when I was following her,
Mm.
or the other her, I guess you could say, before I stopped and offered her coffee. In any case, the snow eased as we entered a town called Kilmore.
בקושי
We
פיל
reached
פריימים.
a junction and she turned right. I turned right.
0.3.
We were now driving in sleet, which is wet snow that leaves us all
0.1 אני
dirty
רואה,
grey
זה
and
הרנדרינג.
slush on the ground. Wet snow that makes
איך אני
it
יכול
much
להגדיל את
harder
הרעם?
to
אני לא רואה את
dry snow.
הסנאפשוט פה.
But as we approached the roundabout,
תסמן
indicates
בבית
left for the
הסנאפשוט.
first turning, and
מצד ימין.
I indicated
אני
right
יכול
for the
אז-
last and pulled alongside.
אני יכול לשחק אותו, אבל אני לא יכול לראות אותו פה עד שאני מסמן אותו.
מסתבר?
Now, I've thought a lot about this experience, and all I can put it down to is that someone,
מה יש לך?
or rather something, took me that way that night, diverted from my normal route, made me feel as though
Experimental VM
I had no
options?
other
זה
option
מה
but
לא
to
עובד
follow
הרבה
the
זמן.
car, guided
כל
me
הארגומנט
through
פה הרבה
the
מהם לא
woman
עובדים
and a
יותר.
child in freezing conditions
מאוד
with
ישן,
no food,
לא עדכן.
water, or heat.
XMX ו-XMS?
I'm-
משהו כזה?
Honestly,
כן,
still unsure
XMX
how to explain it.
ו-XMS.
I've not really thought about it too much, I guess. I don't like not being able to understand things or give them a logical explanation, because I guess it makes me feel uneasy.
זה הפוך.
I've certainly never thought too
What?
much about the paranormal before this. I've always presumed if the paranormal was real, it would present itself to me if it needed to. If
לא, זה לא
not,
הפוך.
I would
בוא
just
נראה.
live in blissful
בכלל
ignorance.
האירוע הזה שזה הפוך, לא.
Now,
Create Java Virtual Machine.
and to me,
אהה.
that's probably worse.
אז
than-
הפקודה הזאת שמחקת כנראה כן קשורה?
נראה עכשיו.
So this is a story from maybe around 10 years ago. I was 16 or 17 at the
Hello?
time. I guess I kind of brushed it off because
Maybe?
nothing really bad
אה...
Yes? עלה.
to, oh well, bad
okay.
stuff happens to you when you're
לקח
alone
לו כל
walking
כך הרבה
alone
זמן
at
לאכול את
night.
כל הרם?
כן.
But looking back now, I realized just how creepy it was. You see, I was coming home on my
או
own
רק כמה
on
פאקינג
Thursday
פריימים
night
נפלו
after
בגלל זה.
the,
כן, בשנייה שהוא עלה לכולם.
But we'd been at a little more centrally in the city, so
מעניין, זה לא
I had to
רנדרינג,
take
זה
a bus on my
אינקודינג.
own to get home to my residential neighborhood.
Hmm.
I'd done this route hundreds of
יפ,
times, so
פקודה
I
עבודה
Including
didn't
בהחלט.
see
Sure.
it as being particularly dangerous,
Ah,
especially
פעם
as I
יותר
lived in
סביר.
a fairly nice neighborhood. It was only about maybe 11 p.m., but because I lived in a residential
nice.
area and it was the middle
אה,
of the
וואו,
working
הרבה
day,
פיס יותר טוב.
when I got off the bus at my stop, it was absolutely dead.
נגביר
There
עוד
was
אחד.
nobody around.
עוד אחד?
Again, though, this
כאילו,
didn't really
אפ
spook
ביוטיוב
me,
זה עוד 5%.
particularly as it was only a 5 or 10 minute walk away from the bus stop to my house.
אה...
But as I turned down a long residential street that leads towards my house, I noticed a guy walking further down the street.
זה טוב שהגברת, כי
This
אני אצלי
certainly
הגבתי
put me
אשכרה
a
אצלי
little
את
bit on
המחשב.
edge, but I was reassured by the fact that he had his back to me and was walking away from me down the street. As I kept walking down the street, I noticed the guy turn around and sort of look at me. That's fine, I thought. I always turn around when I hear somebody walking behind me at night too, so...
אני רוצה את
nothing weird
הסיפורים
about
הארוכים
that.
האלה של כזה, אתה יודע, סיפור אחד
I
שלוקח
noticed
הרבה זמן,
that,
לא
further
קומפליישן
and
של הרבה
further down the
קצרים.
street, he kept
זה
doing
הסיפורים
it.
הכי כיפים.
Kept
כן,
checking that
במיוחד
I
שהם
was still
טובים,
walking
שאחד
in the
הסיפור
same
עסיסי
direction
כזה
as
טוב.
him. At this point,
אחד לא
I'm
מעניין.
starting to get a bit freaked
לעקוב
out,
אחריו.
particularly as I'm
then
painfully
they
aware
fucked.
that we're the
רגע,
only two
זה
people
לא הדור
around.
הנכון.
Just as I was weighing up what I should do,
כן, זה
he
נכון.
turned down the path of one of the houses to our right, and man, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. He was going into his house. I was just being paranoid the whole time.
אני...
I
די עם
think.
הלחישות שלך, תמות.
The houses in my area are all terraced with the front doors being sort of embedded into an enclave at the front of the house. What this means is that from
הצחוק
where I
שלך,
was
אני לא
standing
שומע אותו
about 50 feet
מהעמק.
away, I couldn't actually see the front of the house as it was obscured by the wall.
אוי די.
However, I saw him walk down the path and disappear into
די
the
עם
front door
אין לי כוח.
enclave. So my logical conclusion was that he was letting himself into the house. Now, I can't describe exactly what made me feel like
אתה
this.
מצטרף
but
אליו עם
after that
הפאקינג
initial
לחישות שלך, זה
sort
לא
of
הוגן.
feeling of relief wore off, I suddenly got this really bad feeling. So I stopped walking
אתה
and
ממשיך.
sort of stood there. There was
לא
this
יודע על מה
tiny
אתה
voice
מדבר.
in my head that said, what if he just was flipping around? The feeling became so strong that I stepped off the pavement and ducked down behind a parked car and just sort of waited. After a couple of minutes of crouching behind the car, staring at the house, I
מה?
saw
מה
movement.
שמע? אני לא מצליח לשמוע.
At that,
זה
my heart
מתחבר לי.
stopped. The man came back down the path, out into the street, and was now looking around, looking for me. Which means that he must
You
have
will
been
never
waiting
what?
for me to know
What?
that if I kept walking,
מה?
I wouldn't see him.
You
You will
will
never catch me.
You'll never catch me alive.
His hiding place also meant that he couldn't see me. So when I
סלק,
didn't
לא
walk
שמעתי את
past as
הלייב
he
שם.
anticipated,
אומייגאד,
I'd come back out
אחי.
onto the street to try and
Oh,
work out
keeps
where
it.
I was. Looking back now, I probably should have called
אתה
the
לא מבין
police
כמה
at
קשה
this
זה
point.
להתרכז במה שאתה
As a
אומר
scared teenager.
בווליום הזה כשיש
אני
אותו
אני
מדבר.
יודע, זה הפוינט.
I sprinted down one of
וואלה,
the roads.
לא הבנתי שאני הולך על גראבל עד עכשיו, חשבתי על זה כבל. ואני מבין שאני הולך על פאץ' גראבל ענק.
Slightly sort of longer route.
Jesus.
I didn't stop running too until I got home where I
is
quickly double
huge.
locked the door behind me. And amazingly, I didn't even think to wake anyone in my family up. I literally just, well, went to bed and then woke up the next morning and went to school. I dread to think what would have happened to me if I hadn't have just suddenly got a bad feeling and stopped walking that night. Part of me thinks that on some sort of a subconscious level, my brain must have registered not hearing the front door shut after the man had approached it, and therefore triggered an alarm in my head. But I had no perception of this at the time, and I guess the lesson learned here is always trust your gut.
נחפש משהו יותר מעניין.
להגיד לך את האמת, נראה לי אני כבר אזוז, אז מקסימום אני אראה את הסטרים שלך מרחוק. נביא לך קומפלנט.
אני אגיד לך, you will never catch me alive.
אוי ויי, די. מחרז. אני עדיין לא מאמין שהצלחתי לשמוע חלק מזה פה. באוזניים האלה. יאללה, איפה המיינר שלי? תביא לי כסף. אתה יכול לחשוב שאני חושב על זה להריץ על ה-30-80 את המיינר בזמן שאתה במיינקראפט?
Maybe.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. למה אתה מריץ בנצ'מארק? למה זה הריץ לי בנצ'מארק? טוב.
We never know how we are.
Okay. Yes, victory. מתוקי.
Factory.
victory. לילה טוב.
ביי.
נתראה. ביי.
G'day mates, it's B-Buster here, and so there are a couple of incidences leading up to the not-so-imaginary friend that I'll talk about first because I think they might be related. When my son was a baby, one of his first words was Guy. He would say Mama, Daddy, and Guy. He was seeing something that we couldn't see, and he called it Guy. For example, he would point to the corner of the room and say, Guy. Never scared, but sort of excited when he would point to him. Sometimes he would wave at him and giggle. Being who we are, we just assumed that he was seeing something spiritual. At the time, Guy never caused us any issues, and my son didn't seem afraid. Time went on, and as my son got older and could speak a little better, he told me that he wanted Guy to leave. And to be honest, he seemed a little bit uneasy. We were in my bedroom, and I was holding my son on my hip. My son pointed to the corner of the room to let me know that Guy was there. I said to Guy in a firm voice, feeling a little bit silly to be honest, Guy, it's time for you to leave our house. Please move on in peace, but you're not welcome here anymore. But before I could finish speaking, my son let out a deafening scream, buried his face in my shoulder and cried, Run, 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 Mummy, run. He was crying and terrified. Super startled too. I just embraced my son and I ran out of the room. I tried not to show my fear. I wanted to be brave for my son, but to be honest, it really rattled me. I don't know what he saw that day. I can only really imagine. His reaction was just so intense. I asked, but he just refused to talk about it. Whatever it was, though, it was real to him and extremely scary for both of us. And it was from this point forward that my son had problems sleeping at night, scared of the dark, started walking in his sleep and just very jumpy. He never spoke of Guy again, but we did have other stuff sort of happen. We experienced lots of activity, I guess you could call it, in that house, like shadow figures, lights turning on, disembodied voices, items falling off of tables on their own, etc. One particular light, in fact, that would turn on randomly was in my son's closet. I never told anyone about the light, but one night my sister was babysitting my son, and she says to me nervously, "What's up with your child's closet? It's creepy in there, and I swear the light keeps turning on." Fast forward though, my son is 4 years old now and starts interacting with something that I can't see again. Some might say an imaginary friend. He would talk to him when he was playing alone and would stop talking when I entered the room. This went on for a couple of weeks, and whenever I would ask about his friend, he would sort of shy away from it. Didn't really want to talk about it. Eventually my son told me that this friend was sad because his family was far away and that's why he was staying with us now. I asked if this friend had a name, and my son says, yeah, he's a kid and his name is Godmo. I was expecting to hear a common name like John or something. I thought to myself, well, that's a really strange name, and I sort of felt a little bit anxious about it, if I'm being honest. Realizing, though, that my son was ready to talk about his friend, I would ask him questions about Godmo during normal conversation. I never pressed him for too much information because I didn't want him to stop talking to me about it. My son tells me, though, that Godmo comes and goes through our mirrors. And man, do I get goosebumps just thinking about that. Mirrors? Like mirrors? According to my son, he enters our home through the mirror above my bed and exits through the bathroom mirror. That was really elaborate info for a 4-year-old, and now I'm starting to feel, well, quite uneasy about this Godmo. I started researching mirrors and spirits, and I quickly find out that maybe I should remove the mirror above my bed. Apparently, we are most vulnerable when we're sleeping, and a mirror could act as a doorway. Anyway, days go by and the activity in our home ramps up. One example, for instance, was that after putting my son to bed, I heard things being moved in his room, and it sounded a lot like someone digging around in a toy box. I get up and go back into his room thinking that my son was awake. I see that his bedroom light is on. I walk into the room ready to tell him to get back into bed, and he was completely sound asleep. Not only was he sound asleep too, but he was perfectly tucked in and not one blanket had been moved. It was clear to me that he had not been out of bed. And I know what I heard, and I have no clue how or why his light is on. The next morning, I asked my son if he turned his light on last night, knowing that he didn't, but I had to ask anyway. And he says to me, no, but Godmo turns on the lights because he doesn't like the dark. I asked him if Godmo scares him sometimes, and to my surprise he said yes, when he gets angry. Oh, and he does not like you, Mum. Angry? And he doesn't like me? At this point, I'm pretty much done with Godmo. Concerned for my baby, I spoke to my sister about everything, and she agreed that she didn't feel good about it either. It's creepy, right? I always trust my first instinct. So, could this Godmo be something sinister? Could it be posing as a little kid but actually be something else? Something dark and evil? All things considered, I didn't know for certain, but I felt concerned and I was worried about my 4-year-old. I mean, even the name Godmo alone was really weird to me. So I decided that it was time to do something. In the end, I decided upon a major spiritual cleanse in my home. I sage, white sage, randomly, but this time I was more thorough, more serious and focused. At the time, I thought that this was best to do this when my son wasn't at home. Although I am spiritual, open-minded, and believe in the paranormal, I don't push my beliefs and practices on my kids. So he was unaware of what I was doing. Lots of praying, sage, calling on angels for protection, candles, you name it. I also removed that mirror from my bedroom, and the activity settles. Approximately 3 weeks later, I think, my son comes to me very upset though, still unaware of the cleanse, and he tells me that he wants Godmo back. Please bring him back. I told him that Godmo returned to his family, not knowing how to explain these things that I don't even fully understand myself to a 4-year-old. But that for me confirmed that there was something very real and very strange going on. I mean, like I said, my 4-year-old wasn't there, and I did all this stuff quietly and alone. So how he knew that Godmo was supposed to be gone at this stage, well, I can only put that down to the fact that whatever this thing was had actually been removed. When I would discuss this with close family, I felt like I needed to be cautious about saying Godmo out loud. His name makes me nervous, and I just didn't want Godmo to return. My inner voice is telling me not to repeat his name. I can't explain why, but it's just how I feel, and even now, I don't like sharing it. Years later, though, in a different home, my son, 7 years old at the time, started seeing a dark shadow in the hallway where I had hung the old bedroom mirror in our house. And it was at that point that I trashed that mirror. I don't know if the shadow was connected to his previous experience, but either way, I decided to get rid of that mirror. We still have activity, but nothing that really concerns me anymore. Nothing too heavy. Overall, we have more positive experiences than negative ones, to be honest. But, yeah, Godmo, that's an experience that I'll never forget.
Conspiracy.
So this is one of those rare times where I was so confused as a kid that it stuck with me even 13 years later. This is a bit of a long one, but I would love to hear your thoughts about it, so stick with me. So this was when I was like 8 or 9 years old in my old house, in a building with like 20-something apartments. Now, this building was built in our land, and we got houses there, and about half of all the apartments were occupied by our relatives, and the other half by friends and people that we knew. In our small street, there was just 2 buildings and some private houses owned by us, so we pretty much knew everybody. And this was set up that way so that all of us would be very familiar with everyone living around us. Now, one day when my parents and little sister went out, I wanted to stay and watch cartoons by myself, and my parents, weirdly enough, allowed for me for the first time to stay alone. My grandma was next door, and they would usually call her to check on me, but not this time. So I watched some of my favorite shows, and when they were done, or maybe the electricity went off, I don't remember exactly. I remember that I was just alone without doing anything, and the only thing keeping me company was my sister's doll that my mum had put on the counter. But I distinctly remember that when I looked over, the doll seemed like it was looking at me, almost like everywhere I moved. This doll was given to my sister a couple of days ago by my little cousin that owned it before her, and they have 1 year difference. And I absolutely hated this doll, while my sister loved it so much and was completely obsessed with it. I was absolutely not allowed to touch it, or she would cry and my mum and dad would yell at me. She never let it go. Even leaving the doll at home was weird, but I mean, whatever, right? But I just got this feeling of dread the more and more I looked at it. So I decided that this was my chance to get rid of it. I grabbed it, hit it, stomped it, smashed it on the wall, and then decided that I was going to throw it off the balcony. It was raining heavily that day, so we had our large collapsible tarp fully extended. Me being a little kid, I was shorter than the balcony wall, so I pushed the doll to fall, and after that I left happily. After a while, my family returned home, and I definitely thought that I was going to get in trouble because my sister would immediately want the doll that she was forced to leave at home, but in the end, nothing came of it. She didn't ask for it, my parents didn't seem to notice that it was gone. It was almost like it never existed, and to be honest, I was okay with that. In fact, I was kind of happy about that. Hours later, I was watching cartoons again with my sister, and we were all in the living room. Dad was sleeping on the couch, Mum was washing the dishes, and it was about 9 p.m. when the doorbell rang, and I yelled, "Mum, the door," and she answered, "Open it then." Now, this was really weird because she had many times told me and my sister to never open the door without a grown-up present, under no circumstances. If we were alone, we shouldn't even answer, and now she's telling me to go by myself and at night to open it? My sister, excited that Mum was letting us finally open it, but me having my mum's words ring in my head, told her to go back and I would open it. I did, expecting my grandpa or cousin or somebody that I knew to ask for something like vegetables or something like that. It usually happens. But I open the door and I see this guy with like grey hair, in his 50s, with a wild grin on his face. He had really long teeth and a wide mouth. He was soaked, no umbrella, already grinning when I opened the door, and with his hands behind his back. But before I even said anything, from behind his back, he pulled that doll out, gave it to me, and then just went back downstairs to go outside of the building. I had this gut-wrenching dread and fear. Like, how did this guy that I'd never seen before know my house? How did he know that it was our doll? Why did he go through the trouble to bring it? I ran to the window to see him come out of the building. I waited, and I waited, but he just never came. I just took the doll that had no signs of me beating it or crushing it, and I put it back on the counter. I went back to the living room, and my mum didn't ask me who it was. My sister saw the doll and said, "My doll," but never went to it. I definitely expected her to run to it. I definitely expected my mum to ask who came to the door at like 9 p.m, but nothing. Everybody just did absolutely nothing. The next day, I asked my sister why she didn't play with her doll last night, and she answered, "I don't want it." I asked her multiple times why, and she was sure, but every time she said, "I just don't want it." So I took the doll and I put it in the trash. My parents never asked why the doll was in the trash, and it was thrown out with them, and I luckily never saw it again. Now, the weird thing, though, is that when I questioned my family about that night, they don't really remember it. They don't even really remember my sister having that doll. The whole thing is just really weird, and I can't explain it, even to this day, how everything was just so strange and off at that time. What do you guys think? G'day mates, it's B-Buster here, and I would like to give Ana Luisa a big shout out for sponsoring this episode. So, are you in the market for the perfect gift for yourself or for someone special perhaps? About the outdoors. Rundown. Do any of you guys remember Outdoor Ed? If you don't remember or just plain don't know, I'll give you a brief rundown. So, Outdoor Education, or ED for short, is a school camping trip that takes students to the woods where they can learn more about the outdoors. And my Outdoor Ed trip took me to the snow-infested mountains, and for the most part it was completely boring, save for the occasional snowball fight. But then, the last night occurred. I'll never forget the last night.
יש לך chat, fucking use it. או בסטים,
Now,
עדיף.
before that night, I didn't have any trouble sleeping, but the last night it was like something was just wrong. At first, I assumed it was just sort of homesickness, first time away from my parents. But then I looked at my cabin mates and counselor, and from the look on their faces too, I could tell that they were feeling it as well. It was a sort of tense several minutes, and then something started calling our names. It was barely more than a whisper, but all of us definitely heard it. The voice was sort of seductive in a way, alluring, and it made me want to go outside. But the small amount of common sense that I had back then just made me stay put. My counselor didn't feel the same way, though, and left the cabin to investigate. We could hear him yelling from outside, things like, "Come on, guys, this isn't funny. The kids are trying to sleep." I guess that he assumed that it was some sort of a prank. After a few minutes of silence, he rushed back inside, and he said, "Hey guys, there's something or someone out here. Stay here, alright?" He says this, and then he grabs something from his bag and goes back outside. He yells out, "Listen, this is your only warning. I have a gun, and if you intend to hurt these kids, I will shoot." There's silence for some time, and then 2 gunshots. I swear it was the loudest noise that I'd ever heard. I could hear the other counselors come outside, and I hear them talk. I can't hear what they say, but my counselor comes back and says that the rest of the night that we have to stay indoors. Eventually, sleep won out, and I drifted off, but the next morning as the students are boarding the buses to leave, we see police cars on the road and police officers talking to my counselor. Not too long after, my dad shows me the news, and I found out what my counselor saw. He described it as something barely resembling a human, taller than 10 feet and with skin so pale that you would mistake it for snow almost. That was all that he could see before he fired his gun and the creature just ran off. It was on the news because apparently some local called the gunshots in because they heard them. And I really can't imagine just how awkward it was for my camp counselor to try and explain this to police officers, but suffice it to say, I had some nightmares about it, and now I'm forbidden from going on any more camping trips after it. Now that I'm older, though, and a little bit wiser, my best guess is that maybe it was a Wendigo. But this was in Southern California, and it's apparently an unusual place for such a creature. I don't know. It was a weird night, and like I said, it's definitely something that I won't forget. So this all happened a few years ago when I was maybe 11 or 12 years old. Somewhere
He was looking at, and I saw the big most of you are familiar. A favorite of horror fans on YouTube. What you may not have heard, though, is the equally disturbing and still unexplained Hamar Daban Pass incident, sometimes called the Buryatia Dyatlov Pass. On August 5th, 1993, a team of mountaineers were trekking through the Hamar Daban mountain range in Siberia. The expedition was made up of 7 people and was headed by Ludmila Korovina, a seasoned hiker with tons of experience. Joining her were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko, Denis Vachin, Vika Zalasova, Timur Bapanov, Valia Utachenko, and 23-year-old Sasha Krisin, who Ludmila had effectively raised and thought of as her own son. The young group set off on the morning of the 2nd, as did several other hiking groups in the area. Unfortunately, although good weather was predicted, the team were blasted with freezing cold rain and snow. This didn't dissuade them from continuing, however. Like I said, the group was young and eager to prove themselves to Ludmila, whom they all looked up to. Ludmila didn't go easy on them either, and along the way made some questionable decisions. On the night of the 4th, for instance, she had the group set up their camp on a slope about 4 kilometers away from the nearest forest. There was a thunderstorm raging that night, and this area was completely unprotected from the elements. Given her mountains of experience in, well, mountaineering, You'd have thought she would have chosen to camp elsewhere. The next morning, it happened. As the group packed up their things and descended down the mountain, Sasha suddenly began bleeding heavily from his nose, ears and mouth. He fell to the ground and was dead within moments. This happened so suddenly that everyone else was left dumbfounded. Sasha was strong, healthy, and hadn't complained of any pain up until that moment. What had just happened? Most distraught was Ludmilla herself. Like I said, Sasha was like a son to her. She ordered everyone else down the mountain while she stayed with the body. They followed her instruction and started walking. No more than a minute later, however, they heard Ludmilla shouting to them for help, saying that she couldn't move. They rushed back to see what was wrong with her, only to find their leader sprawled out on the ground beside Sasha, blood gushing out of her face. The rest of the group were horrified. 2 of their team, who were apparently healthy that morning, had just perished in front of them in the blink of an eye. They started to panic, terrified that the same thing was about to happen to them. Well, it did. Valia Utachenko, the group's only survivor, explained what happened next. Moments after discovering Ludmilla's body, Timur and Vika began tearing at their clothes, fell to the ground, and started twitching and foaming from the mouth. In Valia's words, Dennis began to hide behind the rocks and run away. Tatiana was banging her head against the stones. Vika and Timur probably went mad. Valia tried to help Vika, the youngest female in the group, but when she did, the girl bit her. Dennis and Valia were the only 2 group members still unaffected by whatever was happening. They both began to run at full speed down the mountain. Dennis told Valia to take out the essential items from her bag, abandon the rest, and run as fast as she could. She started rifling through her belongings, but by the time she looked back up at Dennis, he was lying on the ground, bleeding from every orifice. Alone and terrified, she sprinted off. Now, without any provisions and still far from civilization, she was forced to sleep alone in the forest at the bottom of the mountain, all through the freezing night. The next morning, Valia made her way back up the slope to look for survivors, and came upon a scene of pure carnage. All of her young co-hikers were dead. For 3 days, the 17-year-old wandered through the mountain pass alone in hopes of being rescued. She tried following electric cables, but they only led her to an abandoned village. Her mind had been shattered by what she had witnessed. Eventually, she made it back to civilization, but at first was too traumatized to tell anyone what had happened. Still, when she came back alone, a search and rescue operation was immediately launched for the other group members. Their bodies wouldn't be found for another month, by which point animals had already started devouring them. What the rescuers could tell was that the figures in the snow were contorted and their faces were twisted in pain. It was a scary picture, said one of the rescue team. The hikers were lying on a small ledge, some huddled together, some a little distance away. They had no eyes. In the empty sockets and parted mouths, worms were crawling. We packed the bodies in plastic bags. When they flew to Ulan-Ude, the smell in the helicopter was impossible. Some of the men were sick. To this day, we still don't know what strange phenomenon claimed the lives of 6 of those 7 hikers. Autopsies confirm that they were all otherwise healthy, though there was bruising in all of their lungs. Could this have all been the result of some strange sickness? Some sort of poisoning? Hypothermia, perhaps? Or did they stumble into a secret test site for nerve agents? What's strange is that there were numerous other hiking groups in the same area, yet none of them were affected by whatever killed Valia's group. There's a lot of debate online about this, but as of right now, no definitive conclusion. Let's rewind the clock back to February 1st and take a trip to Yakima County, Washington. On Route 24 near Moxie, a man was spotted lying down, dead in the middle of the road. He was middle-aged, wearing glasses and dressed in a military-style outfit with work boots. There were no substances in his system. He was believed to be the victim of a hidden run, and a Chevrolet Camaro was seen speeding away from the scene around the time he died. Since he wasn't carrying any form of ID on him, his identity remained a mystery. He would stay at John Doe for another 10 years. But that's not even the crazy part. Let's get into it. The day before the John Doe's body was discovered in Yakima County, 1,600 miles away in Amarillo, Texas, Karen Glenn Lewis and her daughter were returning home from a shopping weekend in Dallas. They opened the front door to their home, expecting to find their husband and father, David Glenn Lewis, waiting for them inside. But they didn't. The house was empty. Strange. Stranger still was that David's wedding ring and watch had been left on the kitchen counter. It was Super Bowl weekend, and a tape which had been manually set to record the match was still recording, despite the fact that the game was long over. There were 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches in the fridge. There was no note or anything to indicate where David might have gone. It seemed as if he had left suddenly and in a hurry, but why had he left his ring and watch behind in plain view? The following day, when David still hadn't returned home, on that same morning the John Doe's body was discovered, Karen filed a missing persons report for her husband. The investigators examined the house and found no signs of a struggle or forced entry. It appeared as if David had left on his own volition. That didn't make sense though. David was a devoted family man with a good job, and, as far as everyone knew, a stable state of mind. Their search for David quickly turned up a vital clue. His car was found in Amarillo's downtown area. Under the driver's mat were David's house and car keys. In the glove box were his credit cards and driving license. All of David's personal items were now accounted for. The only thing missing was the man himself. This is when Karen, his wife, told the detectives a vital piece of information. Just before he disappeared, David had confided in her that his life was in danger, but refused to go into details about it, only telling her that someone had been threatening him. This is where his job comes into play. David was an attorney, and even the most amicable of attorneys have enemies. Though we don't know exactly who was threatening David or why, it could easily have been one of his former clients who felt that David had failed them in some way. On top of that, David was a man with strong principles. His law firm were fighting their own case against a wealthy client, and David was scheduled to speak against his own company. He told his own father that at the deposition, he planned to tell the truth, whoever it hurt. With the law firm standing to lose a lot of money if David refused to lie, it's possible that they were involved in his disappearance somehow. After digging a little deeper, the investigators learned that David had booked a plane ticket on January 31st, the same day he vanished. This ticket was from Dallas to Amarillo. Wait a second. David's wife and daughter had just come from Dallas back to Amarillo on that same day. David wasn't in Dallas with them. That suggests that he had secretly followed his family to Dallas, although how he got there remains unknown, and then booked a plane ticket so he could get home before them, and make it appear as if he had been at home the entire time. It's unknown whether he made that flight or not. The plot thickened even further when they also learned that he had booked a ticket on February 1st, the day he was reported missing, the day that John Doe was found. This ticket was from Los Angeles International Airport to Dallas. This extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical twist in the investigation took the detectives down a rabbit hole, which led to a dead end. The only other thing they learned was that on February 1st, a man matching David's description got a taxi from a hotel in Dallas to Fort Worth International Airport. The taxi driver said that the man was extremely nervous and fumbled to pay him with a wad of $100 bills. With no other information to go off, the case went cold. 10 years would pass. Then, in 2003, a patrol detective named Pat Ditter made a connection between David's case and that of the unknown John Doe in Washington. If you hadn't guessed already, the 2 men were one and the same. This was confirmed after a DNA test. David was the John Doe who died in a supposed hidden run 1,600 miles from his home. This was a huge discovery. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis had been solved. But even though that mystery now had an answer, we can't really classify David's case as being complete. There are still a whole bunch of unanswered questions pertaining to his death. Why was he in Washington in the first place? How did he get there? Why was he wearing a military uniform when he died? Why had he secretly booked these bizarre plane tickets? What business did he have in Los Angeles? Did he really book the tickets on his own accord, or was he taken against his will? Did any of this have to do with the threats made to David's life? Was the hidden run really an accident? no one has ever been able to answer any of these questions. Still, the police have discounted foul play, and the investigation into David's case has officially ceased. So, there we have it. The two mysteries of the Yakima County John Doe and the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis turned out to be one big mystery after all. Still, the puzzle remains incomplete, the unanswered questions being the missing pieces. It's an intriguing case, one that continues to baffle professional investigators and internet sleuths alike, even all these years later. Hopefully one day we'll have some answers, and David's family can have the closure they so desperately crave. Burari, Central Delhi District. Back in 2018, this was home to the Chundawats, a respectable, middle-class family consisting of 11 members. With the head of the family, Bhopal, having passed, the matriarch and new head of the household was 77-year-old Narayan Devi. Living with her were her two sons, Bhavnesh and Lalit, their wives, Savita and Tina, daughter, Pratibha, and 5 grandchildren, Priyanka, Nita, Monu, Dhruv, and Shivam. The family made their money in plywood and groceries, and owned 2 stores in town. Their grocery shop, the centerpiece of the whole neighborhood, was on the first floor of their home. On the morning of July 1st, 2018, local shoppers were surprised to find the store still closed with the lights off. Strange. Bhavnesh, the eldest son, cherished the business like one of his children. Nobody could remember a time where he opened the store late. As the morning went by, nobody from the family had come downstairs to open the shop doors. Concerned, a friend of the family decided to go inside and check that everything was alright. Bizarrely, the door was still open. He entered, and what he found inside was like a scene from a horror movie. Hanging in a circular formation from the hallway ceiling were 10 bodies, swinging back and forth like tree branches in the wind. Their hands were bound behind their backs. Blindfolds covered their eyes. Tape covered their mouths. Cotton wool plugged their ears. Pieces of cloth masked all of their faces. 5 stools stood on the floor beneath them. The only other family member, 77-year-old Narayan, was found lying on the floor, all of the life squeezed out of her. The Chundawats were no more. Their family friend ran outside and sounded the alarm, and one of India's darkest and weirdest cases was officially under investigation. Detectives on the case were faced with several difficult questions. Who had done this to the family? The respectable Chundawats didn't have any known enemies. Why were 10 of them hanging so ritualistically, yet the family's matriarch wasn't? What was the significance of the taped mouths, wrapped eyes, covered faces, and blocked ears? An autopsy confirmed that all the family members' lives had ended without a struggle. There was nothing untoward in any of their systems. The first thing the authorities had to establish was whether the Chundawats had done this to themselves, or if they had been slain by some unknown perp or perps. The fact that there were 5 stools in the room, and that nobody in the family had struggled, suggested the former, but it didn't make any sense that they would have all tied their hands behind their backs and covered their eyes, mouths, ears, and faces. Not to mention, some of their feet were still touching the ground slightly. The blindfolds and face coverings had all been cut from a single bedsheet inside the house, so if this whole thing was the Chundawats' own doing, then it appeared to have been a very spur-of-the-moment decision with minimal planning. Several other bizarre clues came to light when the investigators examined the scene. Most notably, 8 cell phones belonging to the family were found taped inside a drawer, hidden from view. What did this all mean? The detectives soon learned that Lalit, the 45-year-old second son of Narayan, who was also found swinging in the hallway, had been acting very strangely in the days leading up to the incident. He'd been talking about how his deceased father was appearing to him in his dreams, and how his old man was trying to possess him. They pursued this lead, and found 11 diaries and a number of notebooks belonging to Lalit that took this investigation in a completely unexpected direction. For the past 11 years, Lalit had been documenting his obsession with moksha, a set of rituals that were meant to bring about the salvation of his family's souls. You see, Lalit had a side hobby. the occult. And what's more, he'd somehow gotten his whole family interested in his strange practices. His notebooks and diaries detailed the strange rituals that they'd all been practicing, and how they believed these rituals were bringing them closer to summoning the spirit of their deceased patriarch, Narayan's husband, Bopal. The most vital piece of evidence found in these notes, however, were instructions written by Lalit himself on how the family should tie their hands behind their backs, and how they should cover their faces in preparation for the so-called Kriya, the ritual that would finally allow them to meet their patriarch's spirit. It also stated that since Narayan couldn't stand, she would complete the ritual on the floor. Since their remains were found in the same way Lalit had specified in his notes, it quickly became clear that the family had done this to themselves. They had obviously been planning this for a long time, and had somehow managed to keep it a secret from everybody. Nobody in the neighborhood had any idea that the family were actually practicing dark magic. The most haunting part of all of this is that it appears that the Chundawats thought they'd actually survived the ritual. Lalit himself had written in his notes, "Everyone will tie their own hands, and when the Kriya is done, then everyone will help each other untie their hands." He'd even made notes about how they were going to perform the Kriya again a week later to bring fortune to another relative. Priyanka was engaged to be wed that next week as well, and the whole family had been excitedly preparing for the event. They all had future plans and aspirations. They clearly didn't expect things to end the way they did, though from an outsider's perspective, it's hard to see how they couldn't have. Lalit was clearly a delusional man, and investigators concluded that this was all a case of shared psychotic disorder, and that the family had decided to follow Lalit's instructions without question. Still, it's hard to imagine how one goes about convincing 10 family members to willingly go through with such a plan. Despite all of the evidence, there are of course still those who believe that someone else was responsible for what happened to the Chundawats. However, without any other evidence, suspects, or possible motive, I think it's safe to say that this case has officially been solved. The photo on screen is of Issei Sagawa, also known as Pang, a notorious celebrity in Japan. At only 4'9", he's small in stature, but not in personality. His notoriety was at its peak between 1986 and 1997, during which time he constantly appeared on Japanese television as a guest speaker and commentator. He appeared in horror movies and wrote best-selling cookery books. Cookery books. Yeah. Notice how in this photo he's eating a dish. Well, food was his claim to fame. But not just any food. Sagawa was a real-life cannibal. In 1981, while studying in Paris, France, he invited his classmate, Renée Harteveld, a 25-year-old Dutch woman, to translate poetry together for an upcoming assignment. She agreed. While reading a poem at a desk in his apartment, Sagawa walked up behind her and shot her in the back of the neck with a hunting rifle. He then had his way with her remains. His ultimate plan, though, was to eat her. Sagawa considered himself short, weak, and ugly. Renée, on the other hand, was tall and beautiful, full of life. He believed that by consuming her, he could absorb her energy. He tried to bite into her flesh raw, but found it to be too difficult and unpalatable. So, he calmly walked to a local store, purchased a butcher's blade, and began slicing off parts of Renée's body to cook. He ate most of her face and chest, taking photos of her at each stage of his dining experience. When he was finally sated, he stored other parts of her in his refrigerator for later, placed the rest of her into 2 suitcases, and tried to dump them in a lake. Luckily, he was caught red-handed while trying to do so, and the officers found parts of Renée inside the 2 cases he was carrying. Luckily for Sagawa, and unluckily for the rest of us, his parents were extremely rich. His father hired a top lawyer for him, and he was able to escape jail time after being declared legally insane. He was held in a French hospital, but when a Japanese author published a story about him, people in the land of the rising sun became morbidly curious about his story. He gained a sort of macabre celebrity status, which no doubt contributed to the French authorities' decision to deport him back to Japan, where he was quickly determined to be sane after all. Now, with no charges against him, Sagawa checked himself out of hospital immediately, and remains a free man to this day, having served no time in prison whatsoever. The photo of Sagawa you're looking at now was featured on the cover of a well-known Japanese magazine, Spar. It featured an article in which he reviewed a restaurant. Considering what he was famous for, that's in bad taste. Sagawa also went on to write a best-selling book about his killing of Renee. Certainly not a book for the faint of heart, as it goes into explicit detail about what he did. It's strange and disappointing to realize that someone like Sagawa could not only escape justice, but also go on to become famous and profit from his despicable actions. Now, given the context, this image of him eating with a cocky, dead-eyed stare becomes something truly haunting. He got away with it all, and he loves it. You'll be happy to know that things have changed. Nowadays, Sagawa is detested by the younger generations and has fallen out of the limelight. He struggles to find employment. Issei Sagawa was born in Kobe, which is currently the city where I live. Yeah, internationally, I'm glad we're famous for our beef, and not for this guy. It's no secret that I'm a fan of grunge music. Nirvana's pretty much the reason I picked up a guitar when I was a teenager. I was lucky enough to see Chris Cornell perform live shortly before he died, and Lane Staley might just be my favourite rock vocalist of all time. But even though the so-called Seattle sound dominated the airways back in the early to mid-90s, not every band rose to stardom. One little-known group from that grunge era was the Gits. The frontwoman and driving force of the band was Mia Zapata, a young woman with an electric personality and stage presence. Though the Gits never achieved much mainstream success, their snappy punk tracks and Mia's fierce charisma earned them a passionate and loyal following. By 1993, when grunge was at its peak, the Gits were just starting to make a lot of noise in the industry. They were sharing bills with the likes of Sublime and Green Day. Sadly, in the early hours of July 7th, everything came to a screeching halt when Mia Zapata's body was found in the middle of an empty street. She'd been raped and strangled to death with the drawstrings of the Gits hoodie she was wearing. She'd been beaten so badly that even if she hadn't been strangled, she'd have perished from her internal injuries. Mia was just 27 years old. An investigation began. On the evening of July 6th, Mia had been out drinking with her friends in Seattle's Capitol Hill area. She left the bar she was at around 2 AM to go and look for her ex-boyfriend, but unable to track him down, she instead went to another friend's apartment where she briefly hung out. Soon after, she walked off alone into the night. 80 minutes later, a woman spotted her lifeless body sprawled out on a deserted street, just 2 miles from the bar where she'd been with her friends. For the longest time, the police didn't have any leads to speak of. By 1998, after 5 years of investigation, Seattle police declared that they were no closer to solving the case than when they first started. There weren't any bodily fluids or fingerprints at the scene. The only DNA evidence they were able to collect didn't belong to anyone on their database. With the police struggling to solve the case, the surviving Gits members, who were desperate for justice, put on a bunch of local shows so that they could raise money to hire a private investigator. Nirvana even appeared as a special guest at one of the concerts to help draw attention to Mia's case, and they even featured on a fundraising album. The shows and album sales generated around $70,000, enough money to hire a PI for 3 years. Sadly, this led to no new suspects coming to light. Despite all the publicity, Mia's case faded into obscurity and went cold. Then, in 2002, almost a decade after Mia's life was so tragically cut short, there was a huge development. The DNA swab that had been taken from the scene 9 years prior finally came up with a match. A man from Florida named Jesus Mesquia, who'd just been arrested for unconnected reasons. They took his DNA, entered it into their database, and it came back positive. He had been living in Seattle at the time of the incident and had an extensive history. When they took him in for questioning, he was initially very calm, but when they asked if he had ever killed anyone in Seattle, he exploded. Yeah, this was their guy. They charged him with Mia's murder that very day. At his trial, the prosecutors asked him a question. How is it possible that his saliva was found on Mia's remains back in '93, when the two of them had never met before? Jesus refused to answer, It took the jury 3 days to find him guilty, and the judge sentenced him to 37 years behind bars. He later appealed, and his 37-year sentence was reduced to 36. Though we don't know the exact sequence of events that fateful night, it's theorized that Jesus saw Mia leave the bar alone, and then followed her to her friend's apartment. He waited for her to leave outside. She'd been wearing a headset that night, so likely didn't hear him coming up behind her. He then dragged Mia into his car. After her death, the remaining GITS members formed the charity organization Home Alive, with the purpose of teaching women self-defense skills, not wanting what happened to Mia to happen to anyone else. Grunge itself died out not long after her untimely demise, with the death of Kurt Cobain, but Mia's legacy still endures in the hearts and minds of many rock fans, especially those in Seattle. This is Sarah Funk, a travel vlogger who visited Cyprus's Mistero Red Lake back in 2017. The lake itself is infamous for its sanguine water, which, in many travelers' minds, gives the place an eerie quality. No wonder there's a bunch of ghost stories and urban legends linked to the place. In actuality, the lake is red because of chemicals used by a British mining company while extracting gold deposits, making the water highly toxic with a pH level of less than 2. That's akin to battery acid. In a video she uploaded to YouTube about the lake, Sarah and her partner can be heard joking about how creepy the lake is, and the strange, unsettling atmosphere about the area in general. "This is what murder episodes are made of," jokes Sarah's partner. In that same video, you can make out a suitcase poking out of the water. Neither Sarah nor her viewers paid it much attention, or had any inclination about what might be hidden inside. Fast forward to 2 years after the video was uploaded. Nikos Metaxas, an ex-military officer, was arrested in Cyprus and confessed to slaying 5 women and 2 youngsters over a 3-year period. All of the adults were domestic workers from overseas. He likely targeted them because he knew that the Cypriot officials would be less inclined to pursue cases involving housekeepers from other, poorer countries. A sad reality, and the authorities in the country have since come under fire for this. When questioned what he did with his victims' remains, Metaxas answered, "I placed their bodies into suitcases and dumped 3 of them into the Mistero Red Lake." Since then, 4 of the 7 victims have been found, 2 of them in the Red Lake. Though never officially confirmed, it does seem likely that the suitcase in Sarah's video contained one of those bodies. She's since removed the video from her YouTube channel, stating that she wants the focus to be on the victims and not her day trip out to the lake. Nikos Metaxas himself received 7 life sentences. Okay, so quick warning. Don't Google this case unless you're okay with seeing some really, really messed up photos. I mean, seriously, if you're squeamish, don't do it. I won't be showing them here, obviously, but if you decide to do your own research, don't come back here blaming Papa Lazy. Disclaimer over, let's get into it. So it's kind of difficult to cover solved and unsolved crimes from certain countries due to language barriers and reporting biases. For instance, over the course of my life, I've lived in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Japan, travelled around most of Asia, and watched the news and made friends with the locals. There are some really interesting, and honestly messed up cases from all of those countries that we just never hear about in the West. That's because they're not reported. Since all the media surrounding them are in their native languages, even if you had heard about one, without a bilingual translator, you'll never be able to get an accurate picture of what happened, and only ever have a surface-level understanding of the events. As such, the vast majority of these mysteries remain region-locked, so to speak. Well, here's one from China that slipped through the net. And let me tell you, this is one messy rabbit hole to delve into. Nanda, aka the Nanjing University dismemberment case, is one of the most infamous and disturbing cold cases in Chinese history. Though the story surrounding it has gained urban legend status in the country over the years, the events that took place are all too real. The year was 1996.
You know, I've been in bad situations before, but never anything like this. Here's some brief context. About 2 weeks ago, I was running dangerously low on funds. I guess the demand for shady hitmen wasn't exactly at an all-time high. I was willing to take any job that was less difficult than assassinating the president. I got exactly what I wanted about a week after the eviction notice came. $20,000, one guy, and as far as I could tell, no baggage attached. It was just some random asshole. Or at least, that's how they presented it to me. Now, the person, or people, who had sent me this offer seemed a bit more secretive than the usual customer. I mean, I usually expected a fake name at the very least, but these guys didn't even offer an alias. Whatever, I thought. It is what it is, right? They didn't seem to have a name for their target either, simply referring to him as the Freak. It was weird, to say the least, but beggars can't be choosers. They wired me $10,000 up front, and the rest would come after I'd finished the job. Those were the conditions, anyways. I started driving out to the address they'd given me, where the target was supposed to be. They told me that I should get there by midnight, so I arrived around 10 p.m. in order to set up. My loadout was a bit heavier than usual. I was thinking that this guy had to be armed and trained or something, since they were willing to pay me a shitload. I was packing a silenced Beretta, and a fully loaded CZ-75, a Remington 870, a scoped M114, a butterfly knife, and some brass knuckles, if it had to come to close quarters. Well, that wasn't it. There was one last thing that I'd brought with me. It was a grenade. Now, I didn't think I'd actually need it, and I didn't really want to use it. It was just in case shit went beyond south. I hid myself as best I could in the darkness in the dingy factory and waited until midnight. At about 12:11, the rusty doors flung open, and I watched through my scope as an abnormally tall figure wearing a windbreaker and slacks burst in. From the description they gave me, this was definitely the guy. I mean, how many people are 6'10"? The thing is, he was moving way too fast for me to get a clean shot, and I didn't want to risk blowing my position. In fact, he was sprinting, for whatever reason. However, he did appear to be unarmed, so I let myself relax a bit. I lost him when he ran into the door to my left. Moving quickly, I pulled out my Beretta, stuck the CZ-75 into my holster and followed him. The place that we'd entered was pitch black, but I'd planned for that. I put on a pair of night vision goggles and started traversing around the area. It appeared that he'd led me into a hallway. However, I couldn't find the guy. This is when the first peculiar thought struck me. How the hell was he seeing anything in here? My musing was cut short when I heard a shrill scream coming from somewhere at the end of the hall. Carefully, I maneuvered my way down there and peeked down both the left and right branched corridors. The screaming was definitely coming from a room to the left. As I got about halfway there, I just stopped suddenly. I froze in my steps. What the hell? It was in that moment when a body came flying out of the room. I nearly shouted out of shock, but managed to control myself. I watched as what appeared to be a 20-something male hit the wall just in front of me and bounced off, face planting hard onto the concrete. Oh, it made me sick, squishing noise as it did. Getting a better view of the body, I noticed that one of the legs seemed to be crumpled, like the Terminator himself had grabbed onto him and squeezed hard. I could hear whatever had done this starting to back out into the hallway. Feeling extremely disturbed and somewhat unprepared, I silently backed out into the main entrance hall. From there, I trained the CZ directly on the intersecting corridors and waited. I mean, there was no way he could see me, right? My heart skipped a beat with nearly every step the guy took. He was getting closer. 3 more steps. 2. As soon as he came into my view, I emptied my entire clip. My accuracy has always been pretty decent, so I'd say more than half of them hit. However, he was still standing. And not just that, he barely even flinched. That's when I got a closer look at his face. All I can say is that nobody looks like that. In fact, nothing should look like what I was staring down in that dark hallway. His face was incomprehensible. Not like the conventional demon or mutant that you see on the movies. It was something that a human brain wasn't meant to come face to face with. It didn't belong in our plane of existence. The eyes were constantly changing and morphing. It was as if the two irises both shared one large, empty pupil. The mouth, if you could call it that, was twisted into a grin that seemed to wrap around its entire head. Not just ear to ear, those were the only distinguishing features. The rest of the skin of its face seemed to be constantly shifting. Sometimes it would be smooth, and sometimes it would look as if hundreds of tiny worms were crawling under it. The thing looked directly at me and let out this deep, throaty laugh that seemed to reverberate through the entire hall. I even had to quickly glance behind me because it sounded like it was coming from everywhere. I could barely think. I dropped the CZ and pulled the Beretta. I emptied 3 shots right into the head, but the monstrosity barely reacted. It just laughed louder. Obviously, this creature wasn't going down anytime soon. I bolted out of the hallway and back onto the main factory floor. My thoughts were a mess, but I managed to recall where I'd left the shotgun. I hastily made my way over there and picked it up. I nearly had a heart attack when I turned around and saw that the thing was staring right at me. It was still laughing. In addition, now drooling this black, thick-looking liquid. Some of it got onto my hand and instantly ate through my skin. I winced in agony before firing a shot right into its face. This time, it actually seemed to react. I noticed that the bullets had managed to pierce its skin, but only slightly. It stopped laughing, instead letting out a shrill, deafening shriek that nearly burst my eardrums. It grabbed my arm and tossed me some meters away. I landed hard on my shoulder, and I think I nearly broke it. However, I didn't have the luxury of letting it rest. I pumped the shotgun back and fired another shell directly into the creature's chest as it charged me. I couldn't move out of the way quick enough. The impact from the hit sent me flying about 10 feet back in the air. I landed awkwardly, feeling my ankle dislocate as I did. However, I was also fairly close to the bag where I was keeping the grenade. There was really only one option left here. I scrambled over to it and feverishly grabbed for the explosive. As I got my hand on it, I pulled the pin. I could already hear the creature coming back towards me. I turned around and rolled it towards the thing. I barely got behind a pillar in time for the explosion. I don't think the sound that it let out will ever leave my mind. It wasn't just a shriek, not just a roar. It was as if all the air around me was being sucked into the thing's giant mouth and being distorted in some kind of otherworldly bellow. I crawled out from behind the pillar to see the thing stumbling around. It was missing a leg now, but instead of bones sticking out, there was some kind of dark, shiny appendage squirming out of its severed limb. Taking no chances, I emptied the rest of the shotgun rounds onto the creature's head. However, it still wouldn't fucking die. It was injured as hell for sure, but it kept moving. Tired as hell and in pain, I stumbled over and watched the freakish entity climb up a wall and out a window. That was the last I saw of it. Immediately after, I packed up my things and got into my car, floored at home. It's been a few hours since. I'm sitting here, and still in absolute disbelief at the events that just transpired. I don't even want to begin to think what the hell that thing was. I tried contacting the people who had sent me after it in the first place, but they're giving me the silent treatment, of course. But there was something rather interesting that I saw on the news. It was a report about a murder that took place in an abandoned factory, the same one I was just in. Here's the kicker, though. The person that I saw get splattered against the wall was actually a wanted enforcer for a local criminal gang. In fact, only a few days ago, another person had been murdered in a neighboring town. They searched his place, and they found staggering evidence that he was a contract killer, just like me. But this wasn't even the end of it. 5 hitmen, criminal enforcers, had been murdered in this last month, all at the same state where I was. The authorities were suspecting that these had to be linked. I do recall hearing about them in some dark web circles a few weeks ago, but I didn't think anything of it. I just thought that they must have been incompetent. I also watched a police press conference where some journalist asked if this might be some rogue vigilante on the loose. No, the officer responded. The manner in which these men were getting killed indicates that we've got something else on our hands. It's too brutal, like the work of an absolute, unhinged psychopath. That thing is still alive, and if it comes after me again, I don't think I'm gonna get so lucky. Maybe I'll just hire someone else to try and kill it. Worth a shot. Hello everybody. Hope you enjoyed this video. And if you did, make sure to... Hello. Before we begin, I would like to thank the guest narrators, Vidith22, Fearcrawler, and Dark Force Creature, for helping me out with this story. Also, I would like to thank the author, Neon Tempo. I write all of the music likely... A few points before we start. Firstly, I'm not the protagonist of this story. I just went to university with her. And though she went on to become a professional writer, I most certainly did not. She'll be taking over from me later on, but until then, please forgive my slightly awkward delivery while I give you guys the necessary context. Secondly, I don't know what you'll make of the following events, and I'm sure many of you might consider it all some sort of hoax. I wasn't present for any of what transpired in Phoenix, Arizona, but I can vouch for the person who wrote the following logs. She is not, and has never been, a fantasist. Okay, so I once knew a girl called Alice Sharma. She was an undergrad at Edinburgh University at the same time I was. My educational poison was history, a degree which has greatly benefited my career as a bicycle repairman. Alice Sharma studied journalism, though perhaps studied isn't the word. It's not an exaggeration to say that she lived and breathed the subject. Editor-in-chief of the campus paper, recognizable voice of the student radio. She was frustratingly tunnel-visioned, and she was a journalist in her own right before anyone gave her a professional shot. We met in student halls and became friends almost immediately. A meandering waster trying to stay off of his parents' farm and an intrepid, ambitious reporter may not seem like the most obvious pairing, but I learned not to question it. She was inspiring and smart, and she proofread all of my essays. I'm not too sure what she saw in me. We were eventually flatmates down in London, where she chased her dreams and I chased my tail. She got a few jobs here and there, but nothing befitting of her skills. After months of fruitless internships and rejections, Alice called a flat meeting, telling us that she was moving to America, accepting a position chasing stories for National Public Radio. The job had come out of the blue, the result of a Hail Mary application she thought had been dismissed out of hand. We threw her a bittersweet going-away party and put the room up for rent. That party was the last time I saw Alice Sharma. She dropped out of contact a few months after her departure. Complete radio silence. I assumed that she was just busy, so I carried on with my small but happy life, and waited for her to pop up on television with some important words below her name. Chief correspondent, senior analyst, something like that. The radio silence was broken last week, and, for reasons you'll learn later on, I'm less happy about it than I would have thought. Arriving home from work, I found a lone email in my otherwise bare inbox. An email that would later be described as suspicious by my tech-literate friends. Despite being born in the early 90s, I didn't own a computer until university, and I've missed several important lessons in the world of cyberspace. Lessons like, don't call it cyberspace, of course, and more importantly, don't open emails with no text, no description, and no sender's address. I realize most of you would have deleted this anonymous blank email immediately, but beyond my basic ignorance about internet safety, something further compelled me to open it. The only thing of substance in the entire message was a zipped folder, labeled left.right.as. I don't have to explain what I was hoping those final initials stood for. Opening the zipped folder, I found myself staring at a stack of text files, each one titled with the date, continuing sequentially from the very earliest file of 07/02/2017. I've since read the files a few times and shown them to some friends. They don't know what to make of them either, but they certainly aren't as concerned as me. They think Alice is just in a creative writing phase, and if I didn't know her, I'd have to agree. But the thing is, I do know her. Alice Sharma only cares about the truth, and if that's the case with these files, insane as it may sound, then it's very possible my friend has documented her own disappearance. The people who suggested this forum said you could discuss strange occurrences. If you guys have come across anything to do with what I'm about to tell you, or know any of the people involved, then please send any information my way. Has anyone here heard of the left-right game? Left-right game, draft 07-02, 2017. They say good stories happen to those who can tell them. Robert J. Guthard is an exception to that rule. As I sit at his table, sip his coffee, and listen to him recount the past 65 years, it sounds like he's reading off a shopping list. Every event, his first job, his second wedding, his third divorce, none of it receives more than 1 or 2 sentences. Rob plows through the years, the curt, dispassionate curator of his own personal history. Yet the story itself is so fascinating, so rich with moments and so wildly meandering that it somehow stands on its own merits. By the time Rob was 21, he'd gotten married, had a son, and worked as a farmer, a mover, a boat engineer, and grown estranged from his spouse. Here's him talking about that.
Of course, my wife started to get dissatisfied. I was away a while.
For work?
Vietnam.
You were in Vietnam. How was that for you?
Ain't never been back since.
That was everything he had to say concerning his first divorce in the entire Vietnam War. Rob had 4 marriages after that, and even more professions. After the war, he worked with a firm of private detectives, got shot at once by the mob, and then he became a curator, which is how a poor man from Alabama got to see the world.
I've been to most of the continents with that job. I've been to India. You from India?
My mom and dad are from India, yeah.
See? I could tell.
He was arrested once in Singapore, after one of his packages had been found to be full of white powder. He spent 3 days locked up before someone got around to checking the substance. It was chalk. A friend he made during his brief custody, Hiroji Sato, invited Rob to stay with him in Japan. Just getting over the breakup of his 3rd marriage, Rob took the offer. He stayed in Japan for another 5 years.
The Japanese are good people. Good manners. But they got all these urban legends and ghost stories that Hiroji was crazy for. Spent all his free time chasing him down. Like, you heard of Joro Gumo?
I don't think so.
Well, she's this spider lady, lives in the Joro Falls around Izu. Meant to be real pretty, but real dangerous. Hiroji took us out there to get a picture of her.
Did you ever meet Jorigumo?
Nah, she didn't show. None of them did. I didn't believe it at all until we went to Aokigahara.
Aokigahara, effectively titled the Suicide Forest, the next stop on Rob's adventure. It's an area of woodland at the base of Mount Fuji, a notorious hotspot for young people looking to take their own lives. Hiroji, Rob's ghost-obsessed jailmate turned best friend, took him to Aokigahara to chase Yori, the ghosts of the forest.
Well, I ain't gonna ask you to believe me, but I was a PI, professional cynic. Even I can't deny there was a spirit in those woods.
From that moment on, Rob's sentences start getting longer. A childlike excitement creeps into his face. I get the distinct feeling we're moving beyond the background, beyond Rob Guthard's old life, and towards his new one. The one he wants to talk about. The one that led him to contact the show.
It walked up to me through the trees. Looked like static you see on a TV screen, but it had a human shape almost.
Almost?
It was missing an arm. It reached out to me, but I bolted out of that forest so fast. Hiroji never saw it. Holds it against me to this day.
Hiroji had good reason to be annoyed. Rob says Mr. Sato had been going to the forest 2 or 3 times per year for 3 decades. To have a rookie come along and claim to have seen a Yori in this first trip, I'd be more than a little cranky. But Rob didn't stay rookie for long. In fact, it was in those woods that he discovered his current passion. Or more accurately, the documentation and investigation of urban legends. Legends like Bloody Mary, the Jersey Devil, Sasquatch. Rob has looked into them all.
I figured if one was true, then who knows how many others could be.
How many have you proven so far?
Since Aokigahara, ain't none of them had any proof to him. Except for one. That's why I called you guys up.
At this point, Rob can't hope to suppress a smile. The left-right game appeared on a paranormal message board in June 2016. Only a few people frequently visited the forums, and of these regulars, only Rob took an interest in the post.
The whole thing had a level of detail you don't see in other stories.
What details grabbed your interest?
Logs, high-quality pictures. The guy documented everything. Said he wasn't going to play the game anymore. I think he wanted somebody to keep investigating.
And you were that somebody?
That's right. I set about trying to verify his information right away.
And how did it go?
Well, it didn't take long to realize the left-right game is the real thing.
The rules of the left-right game are simple. Get in your car, take a drive, take a left, then the next possible road on the right, then the next possible left. Repeat the process ad infinitum until you wind up somewhere new. The rules are easy to understand, but Rob says they're not so easy to follow.
There ain't all that many roads where you can turn left and right and keep going. Most of the time you find yourself at a dead end or needing to turn in the wrong direction. Phoenix is built on a grid system, so you can keep going left and right as long as you need to.
Did you move to Phoenix for the left-right game?
That's right.
I try not to seem incredulous. Selling your house in another state, packing up and moving your whole life to Phoenix, Arizona just to play a game you saw on the internet? Seems like insanity. Rob smiles at me as he reads my expression. I can clearly read his expression too. You'll see, it says. Just wait. I wouldn't have to wait long. Included within the 9-page submission Rob sent our show was a long list of suggested items the chosen reporter should bring with them. Clothes for 3 days, a pocket knife, matches, bandages. There were also a set of qualifications the reporter should have. The ability to drive, basic vehicle maintenance, and its human equivalent, first aid training. He didn't just want to talk about the left-right game. He wanted to take one of us along. Rob leaves a short while later to embark on a few errands, prepping the run, as he calls it. He shows me to the guest room, and we part ways, on good terms, but very much aware of the other's poorly veiled opinions. He knew I saw him as a charming obsessive, chasing after a fantasy tale. He saw me as a naive cynic, on the cusp of a new world. All I could think of as I heard the front door close is that tomorrow afternoon, one of us would be right. More after this. When I wake up the next morning, Rob is in my room, holding a tray which he'd knocked on the bottom of to rouse me. I don't manage to record the first part of our conversation.
I got bananas, strawberries, chocolate syrup. We got some more downstairs, but I wanted you to wake up to something good. We won't be eating this stuff on the road.
Rob has made waffles. He sets them down on the nightstand and talks through the coming day as I eat. I'll admit, it feels a little uncomfortable, waking up in a stranger's home to find said stranger already standing over me, but I quickly move past it. I tell myself that he is an older man, accustomed to living alone in his own house, not usually having to think about boundaries. Anyways, he certainly knows his way around a waffle iron.
Oh, we hit the road at 9. I wanted to give you time to get ready before everyone shows up.
Are there more people coming?
We got a 5-car convoy on the road today. They'll be here in an hour.
This is the first I've heard of a convoy, and to be honest, I'm surprised. The game is Rob's obsession, and I'm here at his request. The idea that anyone else would have an interest in today's drive is a little perplexing. Half an hour later, sated, showered, and dressed in the functional clothing Rob had so painstakingly outlined, I take my pack out to the porch. Rob's already there, waiting for his associates to show up. I thought you'd be conducting a few more errands.
If you ain't prepared by the morning of, you ain't prepared.
Okay, I guess that's fair. Oh, Rob, is the garage locked? The inside door won't budge, and I wanted to mic up the car.
Oh, yeah, it's locked up. I'll open it for you.
Thank you.
Oh, in fact, it's about time I wheeled her out. Oh, fair warning, Miss Sharma. She's a thing of beauty.
To Rob Guthard, beauty took the form of a dark green Jeep Wrangler. Rob climbs in and lets it roll out of the garage, where it dominates every inch of the driveway. The car's large, 4 doors with a roof enclosing the entire compartment. It also has been modified extensively. Yet another example of Rob's dedication to the game.
What are you thinking?
I think you're 2 caterpillar treads short of driving a tank.
Huh, yeah. I fixed her up good. I put the winch in, heavy-duty tires. The light rig on top is LEDs. They'll make midnight look like noon, but they don't use hardly any power.
Aren't Jeeps open top usually?
Oh, not all. This is the Unlimited. I like to have a covered car when I head on the road.
I climb in the back, stow my pack. Rob has removed the back seats to afford more storage space. The place is packed to the brim. Jerry cans of gasoline, barrels of water, rope, snacks, and his own neatly packed set of clothes. I wonder if the rest of our convoy would take the game so seriously.
We got Apollo coming up in 10 minutes. No one else has given me a time. I sent the schedule weeks ago. And this always happens.
His name's Apollo?
That's his call sign. Apollo Creed, I think he said.
Why are you using call signs?
Did I not tell you? Oh yeah, we're gonna use call signs on the road. Keep communication clear.
What's your call sign?
Ferryman.
What's my call sign?
I thought about it. I was thinking London. You're from London, right?
I'm from Bristol.
Bristol. That's fine, I guess.
It's less than 10 minutes before Apollo turns the corner. Bob jumps out of his chair and paces briskly to the edge of his property as his first guest pulls up and steps onto the sidewalk. Apollo vaguely resembles his namesake. Dark-skinned, tall, and noticeably well-built, though it's clear he couldn't be less of a fighter. This Apollo Creed is all smiles and seems to have a penchant for laughing at his own jokes. How far have you come?
I've come out of Chicago. Took 3 days hard driving.
And you know Rob from the forums?
Everybody knows Rob. Rob's the god. Ha ha ha.
Rob walks over to Apollo's car, gesturing him over to talk shop. Rob's clearly impressed with Apollo's choice of vehicle, a blue Range Rover packed to the ceiling with kit. I was more impressed with Rob himself. Somehow, this 65-year-old farmer's son has become respected in a vast online community. My dad is Rob's age. He just discovered copy and paste. The rest don't take long to arrive. 2 Minnesotan librarians, also around Rob's age, pull up in a gray Ford Focus. They're brother and sister, and they've shared ghost hunting as a hobby their entire lives. I find it hard to suppress a smile when they meekly introduce themselves as Bonnie and Clyde. We would have gotten here sooner. We had to drop to get some blankets. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Pleasure to meet you, too. Would you be the journalist? That's right. You used to write for the town paper, didn't you? He's talking to his sister there, and she nods. Clyde is clearly the spokesperson for the pair, yet they both seem incredibly shy. Whether they admire the famous outlaws or just the name, it's pretty clear that they couldn't be more different from the real thing. Next to show up are Lilith and Eve, English Lit students at New York University and proprietors of the YouTube channel Paranormicon. Unlike Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve have no issue holding a conversation. As soon as they learn who I am and what I do for a living, they attempt to conscript me for an expedition to Roswell.
We have a friend there. He's been reading some... He's a seismologist. Yeah, and he's been recording readings over the years that show subterranean movement, predictable movement. We're going to see him in July, but we could work it around you if you're free.
Yeah, I'll have to check my schedule.
Okay, cool. Let me give you my email.
They quickly hurry off to film an intro for their latest video, featuring a quick interview with Rob, who seems to be pretty welcoming of the attention. The last 2 cars arrive within a few seconds of each other. A Lilith, a strong-willed older lady who goes by Blue Jay, and a younger man, going by the call sign Ace. Blue Jay has arrived in a gray Ford Explorer. Ace, much to Rob's annoyance, has arrived in a Porsche.
Did you think that's gonna help on the road? I didn't write that.
It's my car? What am I meant to do? It's my car.
You didn't read my itinerary. You get nothing packed in there.
I did read it. Okay, sir, just calm down. I have a bag. I won't ask you for anything.
Well, I know that's true.
Ace and Rob were off to a bad start. Ace takes a phone call, and despite my best effort to get an interview with Blue Jay, she doesn't seem interested in talking to a journalist. With 5 cars and 7 travelers waiting for the green light, Rob hands out radios and charging packs, then launches into a quick safety briefing. Wear seatbelts, stay in position, communicate clearly and often. It's at this moment I start to feel a little dismay. I like Rob, and clearly so does everyone else. He'd convinced them all to drive across the country to join him in this game. I start to worry what will happen in the likely event that this whole thing isn't real. Would Rob lose the respect of his peers? Would he accept failure when it comes? After seeing the effort he put into these runs, the next few hours have the potential to be wildly uncomfortable. With a smile and a few encouraging words, Rob ends his briefing and beckons me over to the Wrangler. I clamber inside and make myself as comfortable as possible.
You ready for this, Bristol?
I'm ready.
Okay then, let's hit the road.
The Wrangler pulls out of the driveway, and the convoy follows in order of arrival. Apollo, Bonnie and Clyde, Lilith and Eve, Blue Jay and Ace keep a steady pace behind us as we come up to the first corner. Rob slowly and deliberately turns left, checking on the others in the rearview mirror. He looks back to the road as Ace's Porsche completes the first turn of the game. Shortly afterwards, Apollo checks in on the CB radio.
This is Apollo for Ferryman. How many more to go, Rob?
As many as it takes.
I can tell Rob wanted to reserve the radio for something other than Apollo's quips, but he seems to like Apollo enough to let it slide. I'm not sure Ace would have received the same treatment. We take the next right, and then another left. Now safely assured that everyone's following correctly, Rob speaks his thoughts aloud.
You're wondering the same thing Apollo is.
What do you mean?
You're wondering how many turns we're going to take before we hit some wall or something. Before you find out this is all just a story.
Does that disappoint you?
I'd be disappointed if you weren't thinking something like that. But now we're on the road. I gotta say something and you gotta listen to it.
Okay.
We're coming up to a tunnel soon. Anytime before we reach it, you can get out. Walk in any direction you like, and you won't be in the game no more. Once we go through, you gotta retrace the route we took to get yourself back out that tunnel. That's when you're home. And you gotta convince someone to take you back in a car, cause I ain't ferrying you back 20 minutes in. You got till the tunnel to skip out on this. Understand?
I understand, though I have to say I'm getting a little nervous.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little nervous.
We've taken 23 turns by this point. Already, I feel like we're traversing the city pretty effectively. Rob's heavily modified Wrangler solicits a few impressed glances from passerbys, as well as several honks of respect from other Jeep drivers. Other than those few moments, everything seemed completely indistinguishable from a regular morning drive. I even start to worry if there'll be anything at all for this story. Reporter takes drive with interesting man. Isn't exactly Pulitzer-worthy. Turn 33 leads us onto a short, unassuming street. A row of small businesses in a quiet Phoenician neighborhood. Liquor, second-hand clothing, tools, and, at the end of the street, a little shop selling antique mirrors. 10 or so people shuffle along the sidewalk, smiling, talking, planning their weekends. The only lone person is a young woman in a gray coat. I briefly glimpse her at the end of the street, standing on our next corner. The back of her coat reflected in 50 old mirrors. Even from a distance, I can see that she's sullen, wide-eyed, and nervous. She shifts constantly on her feet, tugging at the button of her coat. I look away to write some notes as we roll down the street. When I look up again, the woman is standing by my window, staring right at me. A wide, unfaltering grin that seems almost offensive in its complete insincerity.
Lambs at the gate, hoping for something better than clover.
And all they find are things worse than slaughter.
Rob, what's happening?
Ignore her.
He wanted to leave me, so I cut him out. The lake was hungry. It drank the wound clean.
Miss, are you alright? The smile vanishes. It snaps from her face, and suddenly the woman is furious.
What do you think you're doing? Have you gone mad?
I reflexively press myself back in my chair as the woman, wild-eyed and grunt, slams her fists against my window with every intent of breaking through.
Would you dance down the lion's tongue? It will shred you, you whore. It will shred you down to your sins, you fucking bastard.
Rob puts his foot down, and the Wrangler rolls defiantly away from the woman. As we turn the corner, I watch her as she retches, her every movement cradled in abject hysterity. She yells despairingly at the rest of the convoy, bursting into tears when the last car passes by her. As she shrinks into the rearview mirror, I see her turn to a large mirror on the side of the shop, which the owner is in the process of polishing. I watch as she walks up to it, and with a convulsant scream, slams her head into the glass. The mirror cracks around her forehead. The owner jumps back in shock as the woman pulls her head from the mirror's surface. The fractured spiderweb is dripping red. It all happens in a split second, and she quickly swerves from my view as we take the next left. Rob, what was that?
She's there sometimes.
On that street?
On the 34th turn.
Who is she?
I don't know. She's never acted out that much before, though.
I find Rob's lack of concern a little unpleasant. As I see it, there are a few explanations for what just happened, and none of them lead to a comforting conclusion. If we had just encountered a bona fide crazy person, then one could argue that Rob is just seeing what he wants to see. Maybe he'd bought into the game's story so much that every strange but explainable occurrence would be rationalized as the next step in his favorite paranormal narrative. Alternatively, the woman could have been an actor. A more elaborate theory, sure, but not unheard of. People have lied to the show before, and Rob was receiving a ton of publicity for this attempt from Lilith, Eve, and I. I admit, Rob didn't seem like a liar, but good liars never do. There's a third alternative, however, an alternative which, if you put your logic aside, explains all the troubling little details that I couldn't help but notice, because as strange as the gray woman was, wasn't it stranger that no one on the street would react? I couldn't recall a single glance in her direction by anybody on the sidewalk. Perhaps that theory falls apart when you consider the shock on the mirror seller's face, but when I think about it, he only reacted once the mirror shattered. And even then, I feel like his attention was on the mirror itself.
Lila to Bristol. Sarah, Eve got that on camera. Do you have audio?
I think it picked her up.
My God, that was so weird. Can you send us the file when we stop? Can you ask ferrymen when we're stopping?
When's our stopping point?
For them? In about 30 minutes. For you? Well, you tell me.
Rob turns off a busy street just before a large intersection onto a much quieter stretch of two-lane road. Ahead of us, a road slopes downward, leading into an underpass which disappears into darkness. We'd arrived at the tunnel. What is this supposed to pass under?
Ain't supposed to pass under anything. It's just there.
And if we aren't playing the game?
Then it won't show. The question is, are you playing the game or not?
Rob turns to me. It's the first time he's taken his eyes off the road since we started. He pulls the car to a slow stop at the mouth of the tunnel.
You can get out now, you can go wherever you want to go. But through there, you'll need a car to get yourself home. And like I said, mine ain't turning around for a long time. You understand?
It's a dramatic statement, but unsettling. It doesn't feel like he's attempting to dramatize. It feels like I'm having something genuinely asked of me. Am I ready for what's to come? Do I accept the risks involved? Do I consent to be taken down this road, and the next road, and the next? Am I prepared to see this game, real or otherwise, to its end? What are you waiting for? Rob smiles and turns back to the road. He picks up the CB radio and holds down the button on the side. The microphone cracks.
This is Ferryman to all cars. Anyone want to step out? Then pull to the side now. Otherwise, stay in formation and have supplies at hand. We got a long ways to go.
Much like the game I'm so tentatively playing, my view of Robert J. Guthert seems to change direction frequently. I'd heard all about his life, but I'm sure that I know him. I like the guy, but I'm not certain I trust him. And though I admire his dedication to the left-right game, I'm not sure where it might lead us. Yet, as he takes us into the tunnel, his face vanishing and reappearing under the dim sodium light, I can tell he expects this trip to be a major step in his already impressive story. And this time, For better or worse, I'm along for the ride. The left-right game, Draft 1, 08, 02, 2017. The next turn comes immediately after the tunnel. We'd been in a dimly lit passage for almost 2 minutes, but at the pace Rob likes to travel, it's hard to figure out how far we've actually gone. When we descended into the underpass, we were just nearing the outskirts of Phoenix. Scrutinizing the rearview mirror as we leave, it's fair to say we aren't that much farther out. Everything else, the temperature, the time of day, the weather, all seems exactly like it had been before we ventured into the tunnel. I'm not sure what I was expecting, of course, but it certainly doesn't feel like we're anywhere new. The tunnel itself had been similarly underwhelming, especially considering the importance Rob seemed to place on it. In fact, the only thing of true interest since we passed through was something Rob said once we hit the halfway mark. As the tunnel's mouth loomed towards us, Rob picked up the CB radio transceiver and issued a casual warning to the convoy. The message itself was straightforward. His choice of words, however, was curious. I decided to ask him about it. Rob, just a second ago, when you told us the next exit was coming up, why did you use the word trap? I have it in my notes. You said, folks, we're coming up to the end soon. First little trap's coming up. Our next turn is sharp left as we leave. Look out for it. Is there a reason you used the word trap?
Just one of those things. Fellow who wrote all the original logs, he liked to think the road would try and trick you into making a wrong turn. Small roads off large highways, roads obscured from view, sharp turns like this one.
He thought the road was trying to deceive him?
Yeah, pretty much. I gotta say I agree with the guy.
By this point, we've taken the offending corner and the next right a little further on. I can't help but feel that Rob is reading a great deal into what is, essentially, an abrupt turn in an ordinary road. The level of conspiracy he's able to place behind such a simple thing, going as far as to ascribe some mischievous quality to the asphalt itself. It's hard to take seriously. In fact, I'm starting to wonder less about whether Rob can convince me this game is real, and more about whether I'd ever be able to convince him that it isn't. Perhaps this story will be less about where a magic roadway goes after a few zigzagging turns, and more about where the human mind can go if it invests too heavily into an idea. To his credit, Rob has noted my cynicism. He even seems to welcome it, but if our current surroundings are supposed to convince me, then he's going to find me more cynical than he anticipated. Rob keeps his hands on the wheel and his eyes on the road. Any attempt at an interview receives a pleasant but curt response. He's not being evasive. His attention is just elsewhere. Before I know it, half an hour has gone by without Rob speaking a word. Seems like a large part of the left-right game involves driving in complete silence. Once again, I'm not sure what to expect, but it's certainly not been an earth-shattering start. At least it gives me some time to type up my notes.
Ferryman to all cars. We stop here.
An uneventful hour and a half passed since we left the tunnel. I didn't notice Rob pick up the receiver, but before I know it, the Wrangler has pulled up to the side of the road, leaving a large space behind us for the rest of the convoy to park up. The buildings are getting few and far between. It won't be long until we're in the desert proper. With this in mind, I assume Rob is simply stopping to let everyone drink up.
This is when he
I
tells
probably
us.
shouldn't assume when it comes to Rob Guthard.
This is when he tells us.
Definitely a rest stop. Rob also has some important
This is when he
words for
tells
the
us
crew.
to give him our money,
He
right?
gathers us around in a rough semicircle, talking while we eat our provisions.
Now, I mentioned in the emails that at certain points on this trip, you'd all need to do some things just because I say so. This is one of those times. Y'all understand?
This is when he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?
We got to know what it is, right?
This is when he tells us to give him our money, right, Rob?
Yeah, I'd rather know what's going on.
And I don't intend on keeping anything from you. I just want to be clear that across this next stretch, you need to follow my orders to the letter.
We get it. Just tell us already. Rob takes a few moments, perhaps to lend gravity to his point, perhaps to swallow some barbed words intended for an increasingly impatient Ace. When he does speak, it's in a measured and serious tone. He's clearly adamant that we have to take his words on board.
For about half an hour, the next 13 turns, we'll be going one by one. We travel in order of formation. Me and Bristol will go first, then I'll radio the next car to follow. When you reach the Jeep, you park behind me. Then we keep going as normal.
Rob takes a deep breath in. When he starts up again, his speech is even more pointed than before.
There's a hitchhiker on the road. A well-dressed man with a case. You pick him up. You take him where he needs to go. You do not, under any circumstances, talk to the man. To be safe, don't look at him. Don't take anything he offers you. Don't open the door for him or wave goodbye when he leaves. You do not acknowledge him in any way. You want my advice? Don't say a word till you get to the stopping point.
Why do we have to go one by one?
The guy who wrote all the logs says you don't like choosing cars. I don't know what that means, but I'm lucky I never had to find out.
Why don't we just not pick him up?
That isn't an option.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is, but I don't see why we...
God damn it! You'll pick him up, whether you want to or not.
The group is silent. This is the first time Rob's raised his voice. In an ensuing stillness, Ace looks like he'd be more than happy to turn his car around and retrace the route back to Phoenix, leaving Rob in the dust with a few choice words. I can sympathize with him a little. Rob's been treating him as an annoyance, a tag-along who didn't do the homework. But at the end of the day, Ace is doing nothing to fix things. Also, Rob is essentially right. He didn't do the homework. Deciding he has nothing more to say to us, Rob marches over to the Wrangler. Bonnie, Clyde, Apollo, and Eve sit on the floor sharing snacks. Ace loses himself in his phone, and Blue Jay, still maintaining a noticeable distance from the group, takes to her car with a copy of US Weekly.
Bristol, can we talk?
I turn around to see Lilith, holding her cell phone with the screen facing me.
Yeah, sure, what's up?
Have you tried to make any calls since we came through the tunnel?
No, not yet. Why?
Could you try?
I pull out my own cell and dial into the office. The line's busy, which isn't exactly uncommon. Lilith watches intently, waiting for a reaction. I'm not getting through.
They were busy?
Yeah, why?
Everyone is. We have signal, we can make calls, but everyone on the other end is busy.
Don't you think it could just be a coincidence?
I really mean everyone, Bristol. While Eve's been driving, I've been calling. My camera's automated support line, 911.
You dialed 911?
For science, yeah. All of them are busy. I even called this guy at my dorm who has a serious thing for me, and trust me, he is not fucking busy. This is weird, right? It's like we've crossed a threshold and the world's suddenly doing something else. You know?
In all honesty, I'm not sure I do. I don't want to say it, but it seems like a massive stretch. Luckily, Rob saves me from commenting when he calls me over to the car, clearly eager to get back on the road. I tell Lilith we'll look into her discovery on the other side, and she nods in agreement, retreating to her friend and immediately stealing a handful of apple slices. I climb into the Wrangler and wave goodbye to the convoy. We slowly roll back onto the road and set off on our way. Watching the rest of the group disappear in the background, I feel noticeably more isolated despite Rob's presence, or perhaps because of it. I'm not exactly sure. The hitchhiker shows up about 10 minutes later. Just like Rob said, the man is incredibly well dressed, in a well-fitting brown suit with a dark green tie. Even from a distance, I can see his shoes are expertly shined, as is the varnished wooden casing resting on the floor beside them. He stands on the side of the road and raises his hands gingerly, wearing a look of hopeful anticipation.
Who is he?
The hitchhiker.
Is that really all you're going to say?
It's all I can say. You understand the rules here?
Don't talk to him.
I'd say don't talk at all. Not until we stop. When we stop, we're safe.
Rob veers slowly over to the side of the road. The hitchhiker smiles appreciatively, grasping his hands together and shaking them in thanks. Picking up his case, he strolls over to the Wrangler whilst unbuttoning his blazer.
See you on the other side.
The back door opens, and the hitchhiker pulls himself into the storage area, finding no seating. He settles himself cheerfully on some of the softer luggage just behind me.
Not much in the way of seating back here, huh?
I'll have to admit, I do feel a subtle urge to respond, even after the stern warnings I've received. To ignore the man seems almost instinctively rude. I was raised British after all.
So, where are you all from? I'm traveling from Oakwell.
I glance at him in the rearview mirror. He meets my gaze and smiles. I flick my attention back to the road, counting the white lines. The stranger persists in trying to start a conversation. 10 minutes go by, and the silence grows palpable, broken intermittently by yet another cheerful attempt at conversation. Topics include what nice weather we're having, our professions, our hobbies. In response, I busy myself with pointless but occupying tasks. I find myself playing games in my head, thinking of common phrases and making them into clunky anagrams. It seems to work, and after a short while, I start to habituate to the man's small talk. I almost don't notice that he's there. Maybe that's what allows him to catch me out.
You're just a fucking disappointment, aren't you?
It's sharp, venomous, completely divorced from the idle questioning I'd been tuning out. I'm daydreaming when I hear it, and before I can register what I'm doing, I'm turning to face him. My lips are already parting as I go, a reflexive thought, reflexively vocalized. What? I almost say it out loud. The word is on the edge of my tongue, a single note my vocal cords were all but ready to play. Only the sudden, vice-like grip of Rob's hand on my forearm anchors me in the moment. I stare at the hitchhiker, my mouth still open. He's different now. All the warmth, all the pleasantry is drained from his face like running makeup. His smile is malevolent, calculating, and finally, it feels honest.
You want to know things? I can tell you.
Rob keeps his eyes focused on the road, but his grip on my arm tightens.
I can tell you everything you want to know, even the things you never knew about yourself, even the thoughts you didn't know you were thinking, those little critters all the way at the back.
We stare at each other a moment longer, before I turn around and back to the road. I don't count the white lines anymore. Now I'm focused intently on anything our passenger has to say. For the next 10 minutes, ignoring him is going to have my full attention. He only tries a few more times, reverting back to more innocent questioning. Nothing takes. 5 minutes later, he indicates to a seemingly random point at the side of the road, and Rob drops him off. The man thanks us, climbs neatly out, puts down his case and waves as we depart. When we disappear around the next corner, he still hasn't stopped. Surprisingly, the silence caused by the hitchhiker's presence isn't nearly as intense as the one left in his wake. I decide to break the tension, somewhat ungracefully.
To be fair, we are having nice weather.
Don't talk.
Are you mad at me? I'm sorry, he got me. I wasn't expecting.
You did fine. We don't talk till we stop.
I go back to my notes, making a point to write down my current feelings. For the record, embarrassed but relieved. Once I put the words down on the paper, however, I feel something else. Confusion mixed with concern. Because at the end of the day, what was I relieved about? That I didn't talk to a strange man who had tried to talk to me? Was anything really at stake? The more I think about it, the more I realize that the entire episode with the mysterious hitchhiker reduces the left-right game to two possible states. Either it's real, or it's an elaborate hoax perpetuated by Robert J. Guthard. The crazy woman, the tunnel, the malicious left turn, all of those could be explained as rationalizations, but the hitchhiker was far too elaborate, far too difficult to predict. If he was an anchor, then Rob is nothing more than an impressive fraud. If he was genuine, then I'm not entirely sure where that leaves us. Something in the corner of my eye pulls me from my thoughts, a transient, peripheral object that almost completely passes me by before I turn in a weak attempt to catch it. I only get a few seconds to look before it's gone from my field of view. I faced forward once more, sit back in my chair, and let Rob carry us even further down the road. It's not long before we finally pull over.
You did good. I'm sorry for grabbing you. I just didn't want you to do something you'd regret.
No, it's fine. I was going to... Do you know what happens if you talk to him?
Not sure. Came close myself once, a few years back. The way he looks at you when he thinks he's got you, I don't think I want to know.
Rob, I saw something a few minutes ago. I don't know if you noticed it.
I'm afraid I had my eyes forward most of the time.
There was a car on the side of the road. It had crashed off the bank. Have you seen that before?
I ain't never seen that. But random stuff sometimes shows up here and there.
Have people other than you run the left-right game?
No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again.
He's there on the way back, too?
If you're unlucky.
Well, something to look forward to.
Rob picks up the CB radio and messages for Apollo to set off, repeating his warnings concerning the hitchhiker. I feel like everyone's going to get a similar speech before they embark. Ace will probably get it twice. Half an hour later, Apollo shows up, though he laughs about the ordeal. He's clearly a little shaken.
Guy should call himself an Uber. You can't shut those guys up. Do you guys have Uber in England?
Yeah.
Then you know what I mean, right?
Bonnie and Clyde arrive quicker than Apollo. They pull up at the back. Clyde helps Bonnie out of the car and they proceed to stretch their legs. Once Apollo joins them, it's clear that everyone has a different story to tell. The hitchhiker offered Clyde travel suites, pleasantly but firmly insisting he take one. Apollo almost got talking about his music tastes after the hitchhiker asked to play something on the radio. That particular story does leave me curious about whether we still get NPR on this road. Rob customarily greets Bonnie and Clyde, then walks off to signal Eve and Lilith. He's still sitting in the Jeep when I meet him at the door.
Hey, what are you up to?
Just waiting by the phone. The girls are on their way. You need anything?
Maybe. I think Apollo's been affected by the whole hitchhiker thing a bit more than he's letting on.
Seems just fine to me.
I'm not so sure. He's only smiling when people are nearby. Could you talk to him?
Well, I ain't much comfort. I got 4 ex-wives to tell me that. Think it might be better coming from you?
I think this is a man-to-man conversation. I might just get a brave face.
Last man-to-man conversation I had, my son didn't talk to me for 3 months.
Rob doesn't look comfortable, but he acquiesces, climbing out of the car. I watch him wander over to Apollo, who is standing by his Range Rover, staring into his phone. Rob puts a hand on the man's shoulder. From a distance, it's actually a sweet moment. I start to feel bad for lying to him. I carefully open the driver's side door and climb into the Wrangler, assuming I have around 20 seconds before Rob comes back. Picking up the CB receiver, I stare at the list of presets labeled 1 through 9. I don't know which button I press to talk to Eve and Lilith, and I certainly don't have time to call everyone up. Rob handed us all a transceiver before we left. It's what he's been making all the car bulletins with. Preset 1 puts him in touch with the receiver in each car. I've seen that in practice enough times. The rest of the presets must access transceivers individually, and if Rob is the man I think he is, he gave our radios out in order of position. If that's the case, then either Rob or I could be preset 2, Apollo would be next, then Bonnie and Clyde. Without knowing where Rob has placed himself in the queue, the only option which would guarantee me getting through to Lilith and Eve would be preset 7. I think that makes sense. With no time to check my work, I press the button and snap up the receiver.
This is Bristol to Lilith and Eve. Are you guys there?
The receiver cracks quietly. I look in the wing mirror and see Rob making awkward small talk with Apollo. Perhaps his 4 ex-wives were onto something.
Lilith to Bristol. How is it on the other side? We haven't seen a hitchhiker. Oh, by the way, I just phoned Eve and it went through. Could I have your number to test just to see if it works?
Sorry, Lilith. I'm phoning about something else.
Why? What's going on over there?
Apollo's nodding to Rob. I can imagine him making assurances that he's perfectly fine. I really don't have long at all.
I have a mission for you, but you have to keep it a secret.
Sounds awesome. What's up?
Once you're past the hitchhiker, there's a crashed car on the road on the passenger side. Whilst you're going past it, would you mind getting some footage?
What sort of footage?
Just zoom in and get as much detail as possible. You don't need to stop, just anything will be useful.
Rob starts walking back to the car. I shift into the passenger seat, still holding the receiver.
Was there anything specific you wanted me to?
Talk to me later, not now. Thank you, bye. I slam the receiver into the holster a moment before Rob opens the door. He shrugs at me.
He seems fine. Unless there's something he ain't telling me.
The rest of the day is fairly uneventful. Lilith and Eve pull up, beaming about their experience with the hitchhiker and bragging about what the dashcam footage would mean for their channel. Lilith ends her story by insisting that nothing else happened for the rest of her journey. whilst directing a highly intentional look in my direction. I look away and make a mental note to catch up with her when less people are around. Blue Jay seems the least fazed by her run-in with the hitchhiker. We do manage to get a few words out of her, though perhaps a few is an exaggeration. After which, she goes and sits down on her own. When Ace pulls up on the side of the road, he almost falls out of his car. His legs are weak, his face is gaunt, his breaths are quick and shallow. I try to get him to talk about it on tape, but he shrugs me off, eager to hear about where we're going rather than talk about where we've been. We travel for a while longer, now at around 486 turns, and nearing our first night on the road. Rob signals our stopping point, a quiet clearing at the top of a hill. Rob clears a sleeping area in the back of the Wrangler, leaving a line of luggage as a barrier to separate us. I appreciate the thought, but don't really know how to tell him. In the end, I just say,
"Thanks for making room."
Apollo attempts to keep everyone from going to bed, issuing vague statements about making a fire, but people quickly shuffle off to their cars. The early start and the subsequent events of the day have taken their toll. I watch Lilith and Eve break away from the group and head to bed. I suppose I'll have to talk to them tomorrow morning when Rob isn't around. I still feel a bit bad for lying to him and putting Lilith and Eve into what could be a blatant act of dumb paranoia. Rob seems like a good man, a reasonable man, as flawed as any of us, but fundamentally decent. But the fact remains that when I talked to him about the crashed car, he clearly said,
"No one I know of. Whoever it was, they'd probably just rather crash than face that damn hitchhiker again."
I want to trust Rob. I want to believe him when he says he didn't see the car, that he'd never seen a car on that stretch of road, but for a man of so few words, he might have said too much. If he truly never saw the car, how did he know the direction it was facing? I make all my notes concerning this subject on paper and in shorthand, which I'm hoping, in Rob's long and varied life, he hasn't inexplicably learned to read. Long after Rob's gone to bed, I stay in the passenger seat, typing up my thoughts of the day.
That was Sister Moon by Leslie Estrada, another song to calm you folks down as we head into the evening. It's Chuck Greenwald, and I'm with you till the witching hour.
I decided to put the radio on in the end. I was curious, and also wanted the company. I turned the volume way down so the noise wouldn't reach Rob, and searched around for something to have in the background. There aren't many stations to choose from out here. The clearest one is Radio Jubilation, the local station from a nearby town. The current DJ, Chuck Greenwald, has been playing soulful folk music for an hour.
It's been a busy week in Jubilation as we welcome our new school principal, a very impressive guy who is bringing some new and interesting proposals to our community. It's got a few people talking about funding for the arts. If you've got a view, we'd love to hear it.
I finished typing up my less clandestine notes, and just then realized how tired I am. Wanting to sleep, but not yet prepared to move the single yard between me and the air mattress, I lie back in my seat, listening to Mr. Greenwald address his beloved town.
Well, we're going to get back to your request very soon, and I can tell you we've got some goodies on the way. For now, though, let's take ourselves to the new box. They're going to hurt now.
Immediately, at the volume of a whisper, Radio Jubilation begins to broadcast a cacophony of bone-rending screams. The noise shreds the air, and what sounds like hundreds of people, each contributing their own voice to a collective symphony of pain and torment. I instinctively move my body away from the radio, suddenly upright and wide awake. The cries are ceaseless, agonizing, punctuated only by half-stifled, tear-choked pleas for whatever is happening to stop. A moment later it does, or at the very least, the screaming cuts out as the soft tones of Chuck Greenwald takes over. I look from the radio over to the sleeping figure of Robert J. Guthard. I can't help but stare at him as a single thought runs through my mind. I hope this man's a fraud. I hope he's playing with me. Because if he isn't, then there's something very wrong with this road.
Hope you folks enjoyed that. We're going to be bringing you much, much more. This is Chuck Greenwald telling you that you're always welcome in Jubilation. Stay with us.
discover it's not actually that hard. I want to thank you again for the help you've given me in finding Alice. The guy who said he'd tracked down the mirror shop is giving me regular updates in progress, and I've received a whole lot of help going through the American Missing Persons reports. It turns out Alice's work haven't heard from her either, and they're going through her emails for Rob's submission to the show. Everyone's been really helpful, so thank you. I've got to say, I'm sleeping worse since this whole thing began. It's strange to think that all the time Alice was out of contact, I was perfectly content. Yet, now that she's back in touch, every day I don't hear from her makes me that much more worried. That's assuming, of course, that it was her that sent me the email. I really hope it was. Thanks again, everyone. And please, let me know if you find anything. Non-perishable. Soy sauce, non-perishable. Salt, non-perishable. Eggs, well, they're perishable, but I bought them fresh and got hard-boiled, and it'll last a week. It's breakfast time, the start of our first full day on the road. Rob's been up since 7 o'clock, cooking a meal for anyone who wants it. The aroma pulls us out of our makeshift beds and arranges us around his portable stove. Our bowls are already full before we realize, and there's a catch. The trade-off for this supposedly free food? A 10-minute lecture from Rob about the power of rice. See, in the Pacific, our guys used to be terrified of the Japanese. The whole army's marching on grains. Thought they were super soldiers. See, the Japs know the secret. You give people rice in the morning, and they're go. I stare across the circle at Lilith and Eve. The latter has spilled rice on her top, and her friend is teasing her playfully. Eve sees me looking over, meets my gaze, and turns back to Lilith, her tone dramatically muted. I return to my food, making a point to seem attentive to Rob's speech. A minute later, the two girls decide they've finished their meal, and I quickly realize so have I. Devouring the last few bites, I place my bowl in the small tub of hot water next to the stove and casually wander over to their car. Lilith and Eve are facing away from me, silently packing up their sleeping bags. They refuse to look at me once I reach them, in a deeply conspicuous attempt at subtlety.
Is he watching?
I glanced over at Rob. He's still talking to Bonnie, Clyde, and Apollo, asking them to guess what breakfast translates to in Japanese. I think we're fine. So, without answering, Eve reaches into the back seat and picks up a MacBook, the repository for all of the Paranormicon footage. She presses play, and Lilith and I huddle around her, blocking the view of any potential onlookers. The footage depicts a familiar road. Lilith and Eve must have dropped off the hitchhiker and just made the next corner. I can hear them talking about the experience, both terrified and thrilled at the events of the day. Eve reminds Lilith that they need to look out for the car. Lilith swears, and the camera immediately starts scouring the roadside.
Look, there it is. I see it. Slow down. Slow down.
The abandoned car comes into view, with Eve slowing to a crawl, and Lilith maxing out her camera's zoom function. A precious few details can be summarily gleaned. The car's windscreen and driver's side window are broken. The keys are still in the ignition, and once Eve overtakes the wreck, it's just possible to make out a dark stain soaked into the driver's seat.
Stop the car.
Just as Video Eve starts to slow to a halt, the real Lilith shuts the laptop. I glance between them, trying to keep my voice as low as possible. You stopped the car?
I mean, yeah. We know you told us not to, but it was like really, really weird, so I went over and...
You got out of the car?
For the record, I was super against. Anyway, there wasn't much in there that we didn't get from the road except there was a bag in the back seat.
Did you look inside?
Yeah. Do you wanna...
Lilith nods her head towards the back of their car. Takes me a second to realize what she's getting at. It's in the boot?
It's in the what?
It's in the trunk?
Yeah, obviously we couldn't just leave it there. Look, you can watch the rest of the footage anytime. We'll even send it to you, but you need to look in this bag before we hit the road.
I check on Rob once more. He's washing out bowls and cutlery, exchanging small talk with Bonnie, oblivious to what's transpiring a mere 5 meters away. Lilith and Eve escort me to the trunk, reforming our secretive huddle before Eve lifts it open. A brown leather duffel bag sits front and center. It looks expensive but worn, probably a few decades old. The pair gesture for me to unzip it.
Just to preface this, I want to say, this whole trip has been fucking weird.
The bag isn't exactly full. I rummage through the loose contents, finding a few sets of good quality men's shirts and a pair of jeans. Further down, I find a small but well-used shaving kit. I'm starting to wonder why Lilith and Eve are so bent out of shape when my hand hits the hard edge of a straight, rectangular object. Slowly, with great care, I manage to extricate it from the layers of wool and denim. It's a package. A heavy square block about the length of my forearm, neatly wrapped in brown paper. It seems completely unassuming, except for the black wire hanging from the underside, leading back into the bag itself. Lifting the wire, a black plug rises out and swings slightly midair.
Turn it around.
With both girls watching me intently, I turn the package in my hand. The wire connects to the charging ports of an old Nokia 3210, which in turn is superglued to the package along with a few shards of exposed circuit board. Last, but certainly not least, are the words emblazed on the brown paper. Imposing black typeface. C4 explosive. My mouth feels dry. I wasn't expecting that.
I know. Fuck this road, right? There was tons more in his trunk, too. It was insane.
Is this dangerous?
Not right now. It's basically inert unless you have the detonator.
You sure?
We have Wikipedia downloaded on a hard drive. It's the only reason Eve let me bring it here. She read the article like 3 times. Anyway, the Nokia's out of battery.
Okay, well, I'm not even going to ask how you know that. I don't get why someone would bring plastic explosive for the left-right game. I mean, what the hell are we heading into?
I have no idea. Do you know if Rob has any?
If I have any what? When I look up, Rob's only a few steps away from us. I hide the C4 behind my back, dropping it into my satchel next to my notebook. I just managed to pull my fingers out of the way as Eve instinctively slams the trunk shut. Yeah, tips for sleeping in cars. These guys had a rough night. I'm sorry to hear that. It's just something you gotta get used to, I guess. We're hitting the road in 15 or 20 minutes. Is that all right with you guys?
Yeah, totally.
Bristol, would you mind helping me pack up? Oh, not at all. Painfully aware of what's hanging at my side, I step away with Rob towards the now dismantled stove. Looking over my shoulder, I see Lilith and Eve are watching us go, their faces awash with apprehension. I can't say I feel the same. Despite my surroundings and the multitude of unsettling events, I don't have space in my heart for apprehension just now. All anxiety is slowly being pushed out, its territory annexed by the bolstering sense of resolve. There are far too many strange things happening on this road, and even if it kills me, I'm going to find out what they all mean.
Rob, can I talk to you?
We packed everything up in the back of the Wrangler, and we are about to get back on the road when Ace comes up behind us. Rob turns around, and I sense an icy shield raising up as he curtly addresses our compatriot. What is it, Ace?
Can I ask you something? It's okay if you need me to go home after...
The shield thaws. This isn't the Ace we've seen before, and Rob's perceptive enough to notice. He engages, albeit cautiously. What do you want to ask? Ace shuffles uncomfortably. Suddenly, he seems much younger.
Does the hitchhiker... Does anything happen if you don't pick him up?
Oh, God damn it, Ace. I told you, you can't... Tell me what happened.
I was making my way down the road, and I was angry at how you'd been... And when I saw the hitchhiker, I thought I should, do what I said and just drive by.
Ace starts to tremble, unable to meet Rob's eye.
A minute later, I look in the rearview mirror, and he's sitting in the back of my car. He's just
just talking about the weather. I mean, I swear I didn't pick him up, but when I think about it, all these memories came back. I start to remember pulling over, letting him in. It's like I did, but I didn't even...
Did you talk to him?
No, I promise. I didn't say a word.
Rob stares at Ace in silence. Ace hangs his head, like a penitent criminal facing judgment. Feels awful, don't it? Ace looks up, confused at Rob's words, searching the man's expression for clues. I did the same thing as you my first time. Just drove right by. Wasn't gonna let some stranger in my car. Nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw him in the rear view. Rob grins at Ace, who manages a smile shakily back. You ain't got the right gear for this, Ace. I like to run a tight ship. I gotta say, it pissed me off. If you want to turn that Porsche of yours around, no one will think any less of you, but if you want to keep on this road, how about you try to listen more? And I'll try to be less of a hard ass. Rob holds his hand out for Ace to shake. It's an offer of peace, or at the very least, an offer of terms. Ace accepts it, grimacing only slightly as he faces Rob's iron grip. How about we hit the road? 5 minutes later, we're rolling into a deep valley, each member of the convoy appearing over the crest of the hill behind us. Everyone's present and accounted for, including Ace. I'll have to say, I'm impressed. With what? With how you handled Ace. One might presume a guy who's been divorced 4 times isn't the best at conflict resolution. Divorce is conflict resolution. That's a good point. You seem to be saying the hitchhiker made him pull over. Is that really what happens? Yep. He always ends up in the back seat. You always remember picking him up. Well, it's just... that's not scientifically possible. Get used to that. We spend the next 2 hours in silence, with me typing up my notes and Rob navigating the sparse few turns that show up every now and then. Ace's testimony troubles me, perhaps because it stretches my favorite theory, that the game is an elaborate hoax perpetuated by Robert Guthard. I was content that the hitchhiker could have been an incredibly deft performance. But even if the man was a rat-trained thespian, that doesn't make him capable of mind control. Ace could be insane, or maybe an actor himself, but those ideas sound exactly like the idle rationalizations I decried in Rob earlier. I'm not sure what my theory is at the moment. I keep working, hoping to type my way to revelation. A few lone trees have started to show in the distance, towering wild pines with trunks as thick as barrels. Without my noticing, the trees grow slowly more numerous, and in the creeping way the landscapes change. It isn't long until they span both sides of the road, encapsulating us in a deep, bright forest. Realizing I've recorded everything of substance, and with Rob concentrating on the drive, I have no choice but to lay back in my seat and watch the world roll by. Despite the pervasive strangeness of the left-right game, there's a beauty on the road. Under the light shade of the canopy, the smell of pine needles penetrating the still air. I can actually feel myself starting to relax. It only takes 3 words to change that. The words don't come from Rob. He's as quiet as always. They aren't spoken by the rest of the convoy either. The words are writ large in calligraphic gold paint, resting on a spotless white sign. Even from a distance, with the letters a little more than a blur, I know what they're going to say. They're the words I've dreaded since I switched off the radio, the words I spent a long, troubled night hoping I'd never see. Welcome to Jubilation. It turns out there is room in my head for apprehension. This is ferryman to all cars. We're going to be heading through a small town. No rules here. Just keep driving, we'll be fine. Rob puts his radio back into the receiver. I try to ignore the distinct knot in my stomach. What does the name Chuck Greenwald mean to you? It was about the same as John Doe. Why? He's the radio DJ here. In Jubilation? How do you know something like that? I was listening to his show last night. Do you know about this place? Seems like a good town. Folk don't pay attention to you. I just head straight through. You've never seen anything untoward? Some weird stuff now and again. I like to keep my eyes on the road. The forest clears abruptly, like a parting curtain to reveal a picture-perfect American town, archetypal almost to the point of self-parody. We've arrived in Jubilation. There's no denying this town is beautiful, welcomed by a row of vibrantly colored shops spanning the length of a long, wide street. At the far end, an ornate, gray-walled town hall proudly surveys its domain. The place is immaculate. I failed to find a solitary piece of litter on the sidewalk, a single smudge on a plate of glass shop window. Every inch of Jubilation is pristine, tranquil, and noticeably deserted. Where is everyone? I don't know. There's usually someone around. Maybe there's a game on. We take the next right, then another left. The story's the same at every turn. A beautiful, leafy suburban town, entirely bereft of human population. The cafes are free of bustle. The surface of the public pool is still. We even see the school, a row of finger-painted faces smiling at us from the kindergarten windows as we pass by. The building itself is locked, however, which is odd, seeing as it's noon on a Wednesday. Eventually, the Wrangler pulls onto the first residential street we've encountered. The signs on the corner read Sycamore Row. The quaint shops are replaced by luxurious houses, all of them identical. White walls, wide porches, and fresh green lawns cut to uniform length. The road stretches in a straight line for about a mile, creating an eerie corridor of copy-pasted buildings. The strangest thing about the street, however, is vocalized by Rob. Well, I guess we know where everyone is now. In front of every house, a dining room table stands on the lawn, occupied without fail by a family of 4. 1 husband, 1 wife, 1 son, 1 daughter. They're sharing a meal together. A unit on the left clink their glasses in orange juice as they dine on pork chops and salad. The family on the right share a large hunk of meatloaf, broad smiles on their faces. Staring along the road, I estimate upwards of 800 people in neat subsets of 4, all dining at the same time. None of them seem to notice us. Ferryman to all cars. Looks like we've come during a town celebration. Let's not bother these good people as we pass on through. Rob lets the car roll slowly down the street, his foot lightly on the gas pedal, trying to make as little noise as possible. The more families we pass, the clearer it becomes that every single one of them shares common characteristics. All of them are impeccably dressed. All of them consist of the same subset: husband, wife, son, daughter. Although their chosen meals vary slightly, they all share a almost oppressive happiness.
Small town America, am I right, guys?
Apollo's jokes don't make things any better. I feel claustrophobic, trapped. Some screaming animal deep inside me knows that it's surrounded on every side by something it doesn't understand. I don't know if I'm imagining it, but as we've continued down the road, everyone outside seems to be laughing a little harder and celebrating a little more. We've successfully crept more than halfway down the street, a sharp left turn coming up at the end, representing the road out of Jubilation. Another street comes up on the right, Mesa Road. While we pass by it, I take the opportunity to glance down this new avenue, curious as to whether every street is like ours. I don't like what I see. The houses are similarly prestigious, walls pristine white, but like a spot of a different puzzle. It's the subtle changes that make the picture. There are no tables, and no families on the wide green lawns. Every window I can see is broken. Cars lie abandoned in the road, with one smashed into a splintered porch. Above every door, an X has been drawn in red paint, and outside each house, a small mound of clothes lie on the fresh-cut lawn. A huge collective pile of men's, women's, children's shoes tower at the end of the street, seemingly ownerless. Get going, everybody. Let's get back out there. We've reached the end of the street. I breathe a sigh of relief as we bid farewell to Jubilation. I vindictively see it off in my wing mirror as we turn the corner. I immediately wish I hadn't. In the split second before it disappears from view, I glimpse the 800-plus residents of Sycamore Row. They aren't smiling anymore, and they're all looking our way. I welcome the forest as the trees rise up around us once more. The indifference of the nature is a welcome change to the saccharine faux civility of Jubilation.
Yeah, towns like that make me glad I'm a city boy.
I thought it was nice. Wasn't it like Wintry Bay?
I don't think I've been.
Oh, no, maybe it's like Shelburne Falls.
Oh, it was a little like Shelburne Falls.
Guys, we gotta keep this channel clear. We hurry along to the next road and turn right. The further we get from the eerie town of Jubilation, the higher our spirits seem to be. How long until we stop? About another 4 hours. Nothing big in between us and there, though. Shouldn't be a problem. Good to hear. So, what does breakfast translate to in Japanese? You heard that? Yeah, I've been curious all day. Does it have something to do with it? I jolt forward, a sharp pain in my neck as my head recoils back against my seat. Rob has stamped his foot onto the brake, bringing us to an immediate, shocking halt. Before I can ask why, my question is answered as one of the colossal pine trees slams into the road ahead of us, blocking our route forward. God damn it! You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Massaging my neck. I look towards the base of the felled tree. The low end is covered in straight, sharp cut marks. Someone has brought this tree down, timing its fall in an attempt to cripple the Wrangler. Rob, what's going on? Ferryman to all cars. Full reverse. Watch out for the people behind you. The convoy pulls away, back down the road towards Jubilation. Rob waits for Apollo to start moving, then backs up himself. There's a second jolt as Rob abruptly stops the car, surveying our means of egress. Ferryman to all cars. Road's done for, but there's a gap at the end. Be careful. Rob's right. Though the tree has fallen across the tarmac, only the thin treetop lies over the grassy bank between the road and the forest. There's a bit of a valley between the edge of the road and the grass. Rob wastes no time in showing the others how to negotiate it. Twisting the wheel, Rob dry steers toward the gap and proceeds cautiously towards the roadside. I watch the asphalt disappear beneath us moments before the telltale bump. The Wrangler drops down to the small bankside and turns around the fallen tree. I watch the needle-covered tip brush against the window as we roll past. With a second bump, Rob brings us back onto the road and pulls over to the far edge, turning the Jeep to face towards the convoy. Okay, Apollo, make your way.
On it, Rob.
As Apollo swerves towards the gap, I hear something, the sound of a running engine. At first, so quiet that it's almost impossible to isolate it from the convoy's own rumbling. It's since grown louder, however, and it's growing steadily more noticeable. Rob, someone's coming. Apollo, get yourself over here right now. All cars, you're on double time. Get moving. Apollo accelerates towards the gap. His Range Rover shudders, banking the grassy decline, but it's hardly any effort to pull himself around the tree and back onto the road. The noise in the distance grows louder. I can picture the vehicle careening towards the corner, just one turn away from having its windshield locked on the convoy, though I have no idea what it might be. I don't want to share road space with anything coming out of Jubilation. The rest of the convoy can hear the noise now. Bonnie and Clyde roll over the gap and quickly, but tentatively, push themselves down onto the side. It's clearly harder than Rob and Apollo make it look. After a few moments, they travel across the bank, bringing themselves up and out the other side. The vehicle turns the corner. A white truck skids into view, its tires shrieking against the road. A metal beam sticks up behind the driver's compartment, and a hook swings with the momentum of a hard right turn. It's a tow truck, though something tells me it's not here to lend us assistance. All cars, once you're on the other side, drive. Wait around the next left turn. I'll radio if they get by me.
What about you guys?
I'll come once everyone's across. Now ain't the time for questions. Eve and Lilith, get over here now. We still have time to get everyone across, but every passing second feels like a precious, fleeting loss. Eve and Lilith are impatient for their turn, dropping into the roadside and coming up in a matter of seconds. The truck is gaining with incredible speed, and I can just make out the words Jubilation Recovery scrawled across the hood, though the letters are rapidly becoming easier to read. Blue Jay takes her time dismounting the road. In fact, she's almost casual in how she maneuvers, whittling away the remaining seconds we have. A swell of anger wells up inside of me as her wheels hit the road again. If she's calm about this situation, then good for her, but I can see Ace is drumming his fingers frantically against the steering wheel, now stranded alone on the other side. I watch Blue Jay follow the rest of the convoy to the next turn, displaying none of the urgency anyone else has shown. Take it easy, Ace. You ain't built for this. Ace takes the corner, heeding Rob's plea for caution, but unwisely taking it almost head-on. His front wheel thuds over the edge of the bank, and the chassis hits the tarmac. The drop is a little too steep for the Porsche's clearance. Rob's warning rings in my ears as Ace accelerates on 3 wheels, his car engaging in a slow turn with a little forward motion. The pickup truck maintains its speed and aligns itself with Ace's Porsche, its thunderous velocity defying all logic.
Rob, what do I do? Rob!
Get out of the car, Ace! Get out of the goddamn car! Ace struggles with the seatbelt, stress overpowering his motor functions. He unclips it and throws the belt to the side. He grabs the door and pushes. It swings open slightly, then immediately slams against the bark of the pine tree. For a moment that lasts all too long, he shares with me a look of pleading terror. The door slams shut, crumpling as the tow truck collides with the passenger side of Ace's car. Ace is launched against the door, his head smashing against the window. An ungodly racket of shrieking metal suddenly gives way to silence. Shit! Rob climbs into the back of the car. Rob, what can I do? Stay here! I hear Rob rummaging amongst the luggage as the tow truck reverses out of Ace's Porsche. The hood of the tow truck is completely and impossibly unharmed by the impact, as are its 2 occupants. They park the truck, the hook hanging mere meters away from the back of the Porsche. The words Jubilation Recovery appear again, now accompanied by the slogan, Here to Help. 2 men in white shirts and blue overalls climb out and wander over to the ruined Porsche. They barely seem to register the situation at all, casually chatting together as they throw open Ace's passenger side door. The stunned Ace looks like he's battling a concussion, only barely cognizant as he's pulled out of the car. He quickly grows more aware as the mechanics grab him by each arm, struggling against them as the captors talk amongst themselves. Let him go! When I turn around, Rob is stepping out of the Wrangler. Apparently, hidden within those neat sacks of luggage was a loaded hunting rifle. Rob raises the stock to his shoulder and repeats himself. Let him go! The mechanics pay no attention to Rob. They continue to frog march Ace over to the truck, one of them making a quiet joke to the other as they go. They laugh. An awful bang erupts beside me, and deep red holes burst from one of the mechanic's torso, blood slowly seeping out from the wound. Inexplicably, the mechanic does nothing more than look down at his wound, up at Rob, and then back to the matter at hand. He hardly breaks stride as he continues towards the truck, bleeding freely onto the floor. I hear Rob set about reloading the rifle. The mechanics arrive at the back of the truck with Ace. There are 2 short loops of thin chain hanging from the lowest of the hook chain links. The mechanics feed Ace's arms through each loop until he's hanging by the armpits from the front of the hook itself. Rob fires another shot that goes nowhere. The mechanics grab a handful of Ace's hair, chatting as they do so, and lift Ace's head up until his lower jaw is just above the hook. In that moment, despite everything, despite all of my journalistic ideals, my pursuit of truth, my duty as an observer, I close my eyes. The visual disappears into the darkness, but the sound doesn't. The impact and the sorrowful, obstructed groan that follows and penetrates my bones, reverberating throughout my very being. Another gunshot and the sharp twang of a metallic ricochet. Ace's cries continue as the engine starts up and carries him off back to Jubilation. I hear another gunshot that sounds like it's hit nothing but air. As the engine and Ace whimpers grow quieter, a few moments pass before one final measured gunshot echoes around the car. God damn it, God fucking damn it! The Wrangler's chassis clangs as Rob kicks the side with all his considerable might. I open my eyes to see a fallen pine tree, a ruined Porsche, and an otherwise empty road. Then Rob climbs into the car. It's clear he's trying to regulate his breathing, an internalized rage lighting him up, barely under his control. We have to go. Rob turns us around, pointing the Wrangler back down the road. The quiet of the car echoes in my ears, along with the other noises I can't hope to forget. I watch the fallen pine tree grow smaller in the rearview mirror, overwhelmed by a feeling that I'm leaving more behind on this road than I can currently imagine. Bereft of conversation, of logic, of any semblance of comfort, Rob and I do the only thing we can. We take the next left. Hey guys, firstly I wanted to apologize for not being at my laptop for the past few days. I had to attend a wedding in Scotland for one of my university friends. They booked it mid-week, and between you and me, I don't think it's going to last, which means not only have I neglected you guys, but I've also wasted money on a rental suit and John Lewis tea set. As always, thank you for your help in my ongoing attempt to find Alice. I'm now in full contact with the radio show she was working for, and they'll be sending over Rob's submission to the show as soon as they can. I've also looked up every town named Jubilation and have contacted residents from each of them. None of them have the particular junction mentioned in the previous log, Sycamore Row or Acer Street. I even combed Google Maps to make sure. I'm not sure what town Alice passed through last February, but it doesn't seem to exist on public record. The guy who promised to retrace the route from the mirror shop came through and has sent me a few possible addresses for Rob. He also mentioned looking into the game itself more. I'm not sure what he means by that, but I want to be clear. Please don't play this game on my behalf. I don't want that on my conscience. Without further ado, here's the following log. Thank you again. The Left-Right Game, Draft 1, 10/02/2017. Possible opening. I want to address you, the listener, for a moment with the advance notice concerning the following episode. I'm not sure if it's been lost on you that every installment of the series so far has been played host to some strange, unexplainable occurrence and spanned a great many miles of travel. It goes without saying that this has been by design. I've been summarizing the countless hours of uneventful meandering and taking extra credit to document the strange phenomenon we've encountered along the way. I wanted the story to be fast-moving, to have a real feel of progress with every chapter. If that sense of exploratory intrigue is why you're listening to this show, I completely understand. I'm certain it's a primary draw for almost all of you. The twists, the turns, the mysterious, strange encounters along an impossible road. But if that's the case, I feel it's my duty to inform you that, apart from a few notable exceptions, there will be almost no ground covered in this segment, and the monsters we encounter will be all too human. Stress, divisiveness, discomfort, and, as one might imagine, grief. If you want to read the synopsis of this episode on the website and wait for the next part, then you will be all caught up, and I'm sure we'll be back on our way, heading once more into the great unknown. But I feel it's important to give the aftermath of Ace's capture its own episode, in part due to the significance of the revelations that are unearthed in its wake, but also as a gesture of deference to the man we lost. This is the story of our second night on the road. As we make the left turn, the horrifying space behind us is quickly replaced by a quiet emptiness ahead. The Wrangler crawls, defeated, towards the waiting convoy. The remaining 4 cars are parked haphazardly and taking up more than half the road. Rob drifts to the far end of the tarmac, looking to overtake and resume formation. Both of his hands rest on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on some distant point in space. It's not hard to imagine that behind the focus and quiet control, there's a man in turmoil, a man who can't bring himself to say anything, in fear of saying too much. This is Bristol to all cars. Get yourselves in formation and make way for those around you. We've got a while to drive before we stop for the night.
Bristol, where's Ferryman?
Ferryman's here.
Where's Ace?
Ace didn't make it across.
What?
What the fuck? Bristol, where is he?
It would be simple to describe what had taken place, or at least summarize the barest facts. What happened to Ace, where he is now, why he isn't coming back. But for some reason I can't utter a word about what's transpired. Something about the event itself makes it impossible to retell, as if the requisite phrases have been locked behind glass. We need to get to the stopping point. It isn't safe to stay here. Shortly after we turned the corner around Sycamore Row, Rob implied that the rest of the day's drive would be uneventful. Had he waited just a few minutes longer, he would have been entirely correct. We're on the road for another 4 hours, both of us quietly attending to our own preoccupations as the forest gradually thins out. The landscape gives way to the rolling cornfields that stretch out beyond the horizon on both sides. Nothing notable happens, which is ironic, as I find myself typing up a lot more notes than I need. With the sun descending through an orange sky as we pull into a clearing beside a wild grove of apple trees. Rob turns off the ignition, and the two of us sit in silence. Rob's need to concentrate on driving has been a good excuse to stay quiet, a good excuse to not face each other. Now the wheels aren't turning, however, and the true reason for our mutual reticence is all too clear. Do you think he's dead? I don't know. Rob's response isn't reassuring, and I'm oddly grateful for that. There are no comforting words he can give me, and any attempt would have seemed horrifically insincere, a mockery of the situation's erroneous gravity. Anyway, given the circumstances of Ace's capture, I'm not even sure which answer I want to hear. Lilith appears at my window, rapping her knuckles against the glass with an aggressive impatience I'd expect nothing less about now. Everyone in the convoy has been made to follow a unilateral order, my order, without explanation. They've been traveling for hours, accompanied by the glaring absence of another human being. Looking in the wing mirror, I glimpse the rest of the convoy, standing by their cars, watching the Wrangler expectantly. Rob's hands still haven't left the wheel. With a sharp intake of breath, I press the door open and step out onto the grass. The ground is soft below me as I walk over to the group. There's recently been rain. I begin to address the rough semicircle. It almost feels like one of Rob's briefings.
What's happening, Bristol?
Did Ace turn back?
I meet Apollo's eyes. For the briefest of moments, I consider telling them exactly that. Maybe it would save them from the slow, heavy ache that's currently weighing down on my chest. Maybe it would just save me from having a difficult conversation. Either way, I know I can't lie to them. They deserve the truth, however unpleasant. No, he didn't turn back. They crippled his car.
The tow truck? Did he get out?
The answer doesn't come easily. I'm being pressed to say the words aloud, and in doing so, to fully acknowledge what happened. It feels like I'm being driven to a funeral, like I'm being verbally marched toward an open casket.
What happened to him? Bristol.
He's dead, Eve. I hadn't heard Rob step out of the car when he reaches the group. It's hard to hide my relief as he takes over proceedings. Addressing the group matter-of-factly, now it really is like one of the briefings. 2 guys in the tow truck coming out of jubilation. They got him. They took him back with them to the town. Way they were treating him, he won't last long. Oh, goodness.
What? Rob, what are they going to do to him?
I can't tell you. Nothing like this has ever happened before.
Well, we need to go back.
That ain't gonna happen.
We're not going to fucking abandon him.
Lilith.
We're going back.
No, we're not.
Me and Rob can go. You know the place, right, Rob?
The kid's dead, Apollo.
But he was alive when you last saw him?
That's right.
So what point did you decide he was dead?
When I saw him being carried away with the fucking tow hook sticking out of his mouth, goddammit! Rob shouldn't have said that. I understand his reasons, of course. He wants to convey an important truth that nothing can be done, or could have been done, to save Ace. His ghastly choice of words does the job, but it also sends a ripple of disturbance throughout the crowd, planting in everyone's minds the gruesome image I've been trying all day to uproot. Bonnie covers her mouth in shock and sorrow. Eve turns noticeably pale, and even Lilith, who is intent on leading the questioning, is taken aback.
Did you see this, Bristol?
I nod solemnly. The group bristles at my affirmation. I saw enough. I had to close my eyes when it happened, but Rob tried to save him until... Before I can finish my statement, my words are cut off by something truly unexpected. In spontaneous response to my words, a harsh outburst of mocking, sarcastic laughter rings out from within the convoy. One by one, we turn towards its source, until we find ourselves staring at Blue Jay. Her unapologetic chuckling fills the silent night air. Is something funny, Blue Jay? Blue Jay tries to speak through her all too slowly waning laughter. It's just, you call yourself a journalist? You close your eyes. My God. There it is. There it is. I'm sorry? Do you close your eyes for magic tricks too?
What the fuck, Blue Jay?
Come on, this isn't the time.
Oh, the time is well fucking overdue. Seriously, are you all morons? The left-right game is a hoax. It's fake. Rob Guthard's played you all like fucking children. Ace is fine. He's probably an actor. Like the hitchhiker was an actor, and those town people too. I mean, come on. The group is taken aback by Blue Jay's incredulous tirade. She's clearly been holding her tongue since day one, our reaction to Ace's capture representing just one step too far. I saw Rob shoot one of the townspeople with a hunting rifle. I saw the wound. It was real. It was a blood-filled squib. The rifle is probably loaded with blanks. You can buy them from any good theatrical retailer. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
Okay, firstly, I don't like your fucking tone. Secondly, have you noticed that we've been the only cars on the road for almost 2 days? What about Jubilation? Are you suggesting Rob hired out a whole town? That would be fucking impossible.
Oh yeah, sure. That's impossible. But it's totally fucking believable that we're driving on a magic road. Maybe this is the highest budget scam I've ever seen. But that's all it is. A scam. And Al Jazeera here is giving him all the publicity he wants. I mean, these people are sheep, but you're a fucking psychophant. My mother used to tell me that you can't strike a person from the high road. Staring down the barrel of Blue Jay's darkly self-satisfied grin, I'm more than tempted to make that descent. Okay, Blue Jay, fair enough. I'm not going to pretend to know what's going on here. For all I know, you could be right. But why would Rob spend the production budget of a Hollywood film to trick a radio journalist and 2 vloggers? Trust me, our website does not get enough traffic for Oh, don't be so self-important. It's not you he's trying to trick. Blue Jay turns to Rob, fixing him a glare of pure, unadulterated triumph. Admit it, Rob. Admit that this is all a fucking farce. Admit that you knew who I was before I even got out of my car. Rob's face looks like it's been carved from granite. The group looks to him for an answer, but he delivers his response directly to Blue Jay, his eyes locked with hers. It's true. I know who you are, Denise. The atmosphere changes, and for a moment, the night erupts into a foray of whispers. Rob's answer clearly means something to everyone but me.
Denise? Denise Carver?
No. You serious? I'm sorry, who's Denise Carver?
She's the biggest killjoy in the hobby.
Oh, fuck you, you fucking airhead. Denise here is a member of the Skeptics and Rationalists Institute of America. She likes to get herself involved on ghost hunting expeditions under a false name so that she can debunk them publicly. You may have gathered she doesn't believe in the supernatural. Well, actually, I do believe in the supernatural. I believe that it's a billion-dollar industry built on selling comfortable lies to the gullible, and it thrives on shitty journalists and the attention whore bloggers who are willing to spread whatever shit they think will get them clicks. Is that why you took so long getting around the pine tree? Even when the truck was coming for Ace, you didn't think any of it was real? Did you? As condescending as her delivery may be, her words spark a sudden realization. It's true that with an unspeakably high budget and a few deft stooges, you could probably replicate most of what we'd seen on the road. Yet, without realizing it, I found myself agreeing with Rob's version of the events, personally defending the left-right game's validity against its decries. I'd set off on this journey much like Blue Jay, as a staunch, confident skeptic, but somewhere between the tunnel and this moment, I'd become a believer. Blue Jay notes my lack of protest and turns back to Rob. I'm flattered you went through all this trouble. I didn't know my work was so offensive to you. I admire your work, Denise. Always have. That's why I brought you along. That is bullshit. Tell your friend Ace he can't act for shit. Blue Jay pulls a pack of Marlboros out of her coat, lighting up immediately, and goes to sit on the hood of her car. Her demeanor clearly signals that her part in the conversation is over, though her words leave a bitter aftertaste for everyone involved. To sympathize, it must be exhausting. Spending days with people whose opinions are diametrically opposed to your own, having to listen in silence while they corroborate their own seemingly preposterous views. Having said that, however, I'm incredibly glad she stopped talking. It reminds me of a time when we got on much better. The next question comes from Eve, her voice quivering.
Can we die here, Rob?
The quiet force of her words turns everyone's heads back to Rob. It's clear that others have been thinking the same thing, and they're looking to Rob for an answer. It's possible. The road ain't ever killed no one before, not as long as everyone followed the rules.
But you said in your emails it was dangerous.
That's right.
But you didn't feel like telling us that we could die out here?
Rob turns to Lilith, clearly offended by her accusation. In the 1920s, John Enborough killed 36 people and violated their bodies. In one of your videos, you guys went to his home in Virginia looking for the man's ghost. Bonnie and Clyde once spent $500 to stay in the Iowa murder house, a place that's supposed to possess its victims and force them to kill each other. If you all honestly believed in what you were chasing, you should be accepting death as an outcome every time you step out. We're all looking for evidence of another world. What we're doing here has the scientific significance of the moon landings, the cultural significance of Columbus reaching the Americas, and a whole lot of people died doing both. If you accepted the risk of chasing down the ghost of a 2-bit serial killer, you should have been willing to accept the risks for this. Lilith looks like she's been scolded by a parent. There's a fire in her eyes as she observes Rob, meeting his criticism with scorn.
Oh, so it's Ace's fault. He should have just accepted the risk?
He did accept the risk. Ace made his decisions. He saw the dangers on the road firsthand, and he kept going. I told you this place could be dangerous, and maybe you didn't take that seriously, but you are not going to treat me like I lured any of you here under false pretenses. We stand for a few minutes in the uncomfortable void left by Rob's words. No one's quite sure where to look.
Well, what do we do now, Rob? Do we turn around?
I ain't gonna make that decision for you. If you want to split off and head back, I'd suggest you wait till morning. and stagger your leaving times by about an hour or so. I never seen nothing like what happened back there before, but this is the most people I ever played the game with. Maybe that's doing something. What do you mean by that? Well, it's the only thing that's changed. Truth is, this ain't our world. By all rights, we shouldn't be here. Even when it's one car, the road always tries to discourage you. Maybe it's like bacteria in a vein. One or two might slip by unnoticed, but once it hits a certain point, it's like an immune response. You think the road's pushing back on foreign objects? And the bigger the group, the more violent the response. It makes sense, until Blue Jay laughs once more. Hearing her reaction, I reassess what I'm saying and can't help but feel a little foolish at the idea. Maybe. It's just a theory. I don't know. Rob collects himself, regaining his composure. Either way, you all have till morning to decide if you want to keep on the road. Bristle, if you want to go home, you gotta find someone to take you. I ain't ready to head back yet. He turns away from the group and marches to the Wrangler. I don't see him again for the rest of the evening, and I have no intention of bothering him. Eve and Lilith immediately crowd around me, asking if I'm alright and taking it in turns to disparage Rob's actions. I can't bring myself to join in. All I can say to myself is, "Can I charge my phone in your car?" The group has very little to say the rest of the night. A deep solemn hangs in the air, dampening any semblance of good cheer like wet leaves on dwindling fire. No one offers any conversation. Apollo's reservoir of quips is run dry. Everyone's wondering where they'll be going from here, pondering the sort of person they are in circumstances such as this. Do they press onward toward danger, or back toward safe and familiar ground? It's a question they'll have to figure out for themselves, ideally before sunrise. I already have questions of my own. About an hour after Rob's departure, bidding farewell from the rest of the group, I walk to Lilith and Eve's car. My bag is resting on the front seat, the black wire leading inside from the charging port. I've decided not to tell the pair that I've been charging the detonator for a military-grade explosive less than 10 meters away from them. Perhaps it will come out during broadcast, if you're listening to this. Sorry, girls. I pick up my bag, and, checking that no one's looking, make a beeline for the apple grove. I march through the small wood, the air growing still, the sounds of the convoy quietly fading behind me, in the late evening darkness, with the moon shrouded by a legion of crooked trees. I'm puzzled that I am not more afraid. I've seen what happens on this road, and as I pass through the grove and into the neighboring field, intentionally isolating myself from the rest of the group, I'm quite aware that help won't be coming for me. Even so, as the corn rises in every direction around me, I find myself almost incapable of fear. The day's events have drained me of emotion, and now with everything else pulled away, I'm left with only one driving directive, an overpowering urge to figure this road out, regardless of what that entails. Judging the distance I've traveled to be acceptably out of range from the convoy, I pull the block of C4 out of my bag and place it on the ground. Gritting my teeth, my body cringing with self-inflicted dread, I press the power button on the Nokia and wait for something to happen. My worries of instant disintegration are allayed slightly as the grainy image of the two outstretched hands comes into view, swiftly replaced by the menu screen. I work fast, the words on the brown paper package constantly reminding me of what I'm putting at risk with every passing second. Firstly, I tap my own number into the phone, assuming, or at least hoping, that the mechanism isn't activated by the outgoing calls. A few seconds later, my cell phone rings, giving me the Nokia's number. Checking the call logs, I find a second, different number, which seems to have made a call to the phone 3 times in quick succession. If I were a betting woman, which I sometimes am, I'd suggest that this number belongs to whoever built the bomb. The calls representing an attempt to test the trigger prior to implementation. If I'm right, then this should be the personal number of whoever was driving that crashed car. My third discovery is a little bit more puzzling. No text have been sent from the phone, however, there is one solitary message residing in the phone's inbox. It's from a third, separate number, and it reads thus: "Please don't do this, Rob." I stare at those 4 words, the new information grating uncomfortably against my already preconceived theories. If this text is to be believed, and my previous deductions are at all correct, then that means that Rob Guthard was driving the car. That the C4 in the trunk belonged to him. All this time I thought Rob may have been responsible for something terrible, but what if he was run off the road himself? If that's the case, then that leads to an entirely new question. Who was responsible for his crash? As I begin to think it over, the air explodes around me. I'm jolted out of my examination by a powerful echoing voice which reverberates the very air. The corn is thrown into a frenzy as the noise echoes from every direction as if spoken by the air itself. I've watched you questioning. Without a second's hesitation, I turn off the Nokia and throw the block into the bag. I jump to my feet and scan the cornfield for whoever spoke the words, backing away towards the convoy. Suddenly, realizing how far I am from my friends, I break into a run, my boots pounding the dirt as I flee back to the woods. Less than a minute later, I burst through the trees, my bag swinging with the weight of the block. Everyone's in their cars, seemingly fast asleep. I'm starting to think they're onto something. With no one to talk to and a long day ahead of me, I suppose there's no further recourse but to catch my breath, write up my immediate thoughts, and then finally get some much-needed rest. I feel a dull pressure behind my eyes as I step towards the Wrangler, quietly opening the back door next to my sleeping area. I carefully hide the block under my luggage, then, silently closing the door again, I wander around the passenger side where my notes are waiting to be typed. I reach out and grab the handle, gripping it tightly. I don't open the door. In fact, after a moment of staring through the glass, I let it go. The pressure behind my eyes gives way, and before I know it, I've slid down to the damp ground, my back against the cool, hard metal of the door. A whine catches in my throat as ugly tears stream down my cheeks. My breath shudders as I inhale, and my attempt to breathe out plays to the world as a quiet, declining sob. The tears take me by surprise, but I don't wipe them away. In a bittersweet way, they're welcome, necessary even. They carry with them a familiar sense of heart-rending release. By the time they've run dry, I feel like I might just be able to move on from the events of the day. The sounds in my head are just a little quieter now. I've paid them their due. Are you okay, honey? I'm picking myself up when I see Bonnie walking carefully over to the Wrangler. I brush myself off, a little embarrassed at being caught. Oh, I didn't know you were awake. I'm a light sleeper. And Martin, Clyde, snores. Do you need someone to talk to? I think I just need sleep. Thanks, Bonnie. My name's Linda, if you're wondering. Alice. That's a beautiful name. Well, Alice, I know I don't talk much, but I know how to listen, if you ever want me to. For the first time since the pine fell, I find myself smiling. It's a weak smile, but a smile nonetheless. Thank you, Linda. I might take you up on that. Have a good night. Have a good night. Bonnie starts to walk back to the car, before pausing and turning around. One last piece of comfort to offer. And remember, everything will be alright once we get to Wintry Bay. I frown a little, unsure what Bonnie means. She smiles back blankly, then resumes the path back to her car. She's mentioned that place before, upon leaving Jubilation, in what seems like a moment of idle reminiscence. How she mentioned it just now doesn't seem like reminiscence at all. After everything that's gone on, all the suspicion I've been directing at Rob, all my worry for Ace, is something the matter with Bonnie? Perhaps I'm misunderstanding, perhaps Bonnie misspoke, but all the same, the brief comfort her words afforded me has already faded away, leaving a familiar feeling of confusion and paranoia in its place. I let myself into the passenger side, type up a few pressing notes, and then climb through onto the air mattress. Sleep doesn't come easily. I close my eyes and try to convince myself that tomorrow will be better than this harrowing day. Yet every time I try to make that particular argument, a voice in my head responds. That may depend on which way you turn. Hey guys, been a long week, but I finally got my computer to post the next log. I've been working overtime to afford both London rent and Christmas presents. It hasn't been fun. Can't say much more since this log's one of the longer ones. I'll try to get the next one up a little sooner. Thanks again for all your help. The left-right game. Draft 1, 11/02/2017. The next morning, everything's the same. It's strange. We're usually so blind to the quiet consistency of our everyday lives, only really taking notice once something's changed. Yet, as I stir a spiral of honey into my oatmeal and glance around the group, it's the notable lack of change that truly stands out. Since the previous evening, the atmosphere surrounding the convoy and the demeanor of each other doesn't seem to have altered in the slightest. The night has fallen short in its role of grand meridian, failing to partition the past and the future, and bringing with it neither perspective nor closure. It's as if yesterday has spilled like a toppled brushpot onto the next morning, coloring everything with the same temperaments, fears, and divisions. Lilith and Eve sit facing each other, their legs crossed on a plastic ground sheet. Neither are saying very much, albeit for vastly different reasons. Lilith is still preoccupied by her own smoldering indignation, whereas Eve looks overcome with a subtle but pervasive dread. Neither have taken food from Rob's stove, a decision I suspect Lilith made for the both of them. Apollo, Bonnie, and Clyde are across from me. Apollo is making conversation, attempting to revive his usual good humor. Bonnie and Clyde help him out, laughing at his jokes and smiling along with the stories. Blue Jay hasn't stepped out of her car all morning, eating her own rations and maintaining a welcome distance from the group. Her eyes meet mine as I look her way, and I'm treated to a sharp, sardonic dismissal. And Rob? Rob is attending to the practicalities of the road, serving breakfast, then topping up the Wrangler from one of the hulking jerry cans. It's clear the routine is comforting to him. I can easily imagine how he deals with the great many problems, compartmentalizing, recasting himself as a blunt instrument engaged in a set of necessary processes. He's made himself too busy for grief, and will likely remain so until the feeling fades. As coping mechanisms go, it isn't remotely healthy. I should know. I'm doing pretty much the exact same thing. Clyde, could I get a few words? Clyde looks up from his food, a little surprised.
You want me?
Yeah. If that's not too much trouble.
Oh, no. No trouble at all. You want to do it now? I'm not too hungry.
No, me neither. That would be great, thank you. Would you mind if we moved away from the stove? Clyde nods keenly. Putting my bowl to one side, I take Clyde to the edge of the apple grove. Nobody looks after us.
How are you holding up, Bristol?
Getting there. How about you?
I'm getting by.
So, can I ask, why did you choose Bonnie and Clyde as your call signs?
Huh. Well, it came pretty easy. We used to play outlaws when we were kids. One time Bonnie stuck up a bank.
Really?
Well, no, it was an ice cream parlor. But Bonnie was pretending it was a bank, and then she ran in, holding her hand like a gun. Told Mrs. Guilford it was a stick-up.
Wow, that doesn't seem like her.
Oh, no, she was a wild child, always living in a story. Anyway, we got free Sundays and a new nickname in town after that. When Rob told us about the call signs, it was the first thing we thought of.
It's a good choice. I pause, letting the previous subject fade before launching into the next one. All things considered, this may be the last time me and Clyde are on such casual speaking terms. Bonnie told me she talked to the hitchhiker. Clyde's disposition shifts. There's a sudden alertness that wasn't here before, rushing to the foray in immediate response to my words. In the following silence, the center of his wide-eyed stare, an educated guess suddenly becomes much more.
When did she tell you?
I'm sorry, Clyde. She didn't. You just did. You can almost see the stone fall in Clyde's throat. Deep, burning embarrassment and hurt that comes from being deceived, from a close secret you held getting out into the world. I don't feel exceptional either. Lying to Clyde, bringing him away from Bonnie under the guise of an interview, being the personal abhorrence. It also flies in the face of everything I've tried to be as a journalist. Clyde can't bring himself to talk, so I press forward. I think it might be best if you call Bonnie over here. Nodding vaguely, Clyde wordlessly shuffles back to Bonnie, whispering in her ear. She puts a hand on his shoulder and helps herself up. Whatever he's told her, she doesn't seem angry as she joins us beneath the shade of the apple tree. I didn't want to cause any trouble, and Clyde's been looking forward to this trip for so long, so I didn't want us to turn back. I'm sorry. What happened, Bonnie? I just said 2 words. I wasn't talking to him. I was just doing what Rob said, but then he just... Bless you, was all that was said. That's it. Well, he thanked me, and then he just... So easy to talk to, and I thought, well, I've already talked to him. What will a few more words do?
She hardly said anything else.
What about him? Did he say anything? Bonnie starts to smile, the same way she did last night. A dreamy, enthused expression glowing with reminiscent joy. He told me about this wonderful place. Wasn't it wonderful, Martin?
Bonnie!
Just a few houses by the sea. It made it sound so nice.
Bonnie, please.
What's wrong? We can talk about it, right? When I look back to Clyde, his lips are firmly pressed together, his facial muscles tight. He's holding something back, but what slips through betrays poignant dismay.
It's all you talk about, Bonnie. You mentioned it a few times after, and since Jubilation you ain't stopped.
You guys talking about Wintry Bay? Clyde grimaces and Bonnie grins when they hear the name. Bonnie, are we headed there? The hitchhiker said it's on our way. I'm so looking forward to seeing it. I can't say I feel the same, and it's safe to say Clyde agrees with me. Before now, I'd only heard Bonnie mention Wintry Bay on 2 occasions, but it sounds like she's talked about it a whole lot. I sympathize with Clyde for what he's dealt with. However, the gross irresponsibility of his actions aren't lost on me either. Does Rob know?
I didn't want to...
You didn't want to trouble him? Or did you just not want him to turn you around? I'm all right, really. Well, either way, you need to tell Rob before we hit the road. Clyde shuffles uncomfortably. I'm not going to do it for you, but too much has happened on this trip already. Ace is... This place is dangerous, okay? There's no place for lies anymore. I hope that Clyde doesn't see the irony, that I've roundly deceived him in the past 5 minutes. He nods, takes Bonnie's hand, and walks slowly towards the Wrangler. Rob is loading the last of the fold-up chairs into the back of the car. The conversation doesn't last long, but by the end of it, Rob rests his hands on Bonnie's shoulder and sends them on their way. He doesn't look mad. Perhaps he just has other things on his mind. That's the second thing I've done today that's inherently non-journalistic. I was supposed to be a fly on the wall for this story, a passenger, recording events with objective detachment without my own influence seeping into proceedings. In many ways, I wish I still was. But the stakes are higher now, and those secrets may be good for editorial, they are also potentially damaging for the safety of the group. Following the incident with Ace, I'm slightly less concerned with an unbiased story than I am with getting home to tell it. Rob looks like he's about to make his morning address. The group wanders over, some more reluctantly than others, and gathers around the Wrangler. First things first. I want to say that, well, tempers got heated last night, and that I'm sorry for my part in all of it. I want to thank you for coming with me this far, and if you want to turn back, well, that's just fine. The group stays quiet. If you're headed back, I'd say if you travel one by one, make sure to stay on the radios. Retrace the route and follow all of the rules that applied when you were getting here. Now, can I get a show of hands who's wanting to keep going on the road? I observe my compatriots closely. The definites will be Bonnie and Clyde, who have already implied that they want to continue, and also Blue Jay, who feels she has nothing to worry about from the road. Apollo is in the wind, and Lilith and Eve are probably a split vote. All in all, this could be the moment our convoy splits in half. Blue Jay throws her hand up lazily. Bonnie and Clyde, predictably, raise theirs. Apollo raises his a few moments later.
Hey, I've come this far.
That leaves Lilith and Eve. After sharing a brief glance with a friend, Lilith raises her hand and Eve follows suit, albeit with an air of trepidation. I'm surprised no one's turning back after everything that's happened yesterday, but it's clear everyone has their own reasons. I'm just glad I don't have to say goodbye to anyone. I set about trying to divine everyone's motives for continuing on the road, but I quickly stopped when I realized everyone's looking at me. But oh yeah, I'm going that way. I gesture to the road ahead and raise my hand redundantly. Well, okay, I guess that's everyone then. We got a fair way to travel today, but there ain't much to see. Just follow the rules and take things as they come, I guess. As we pull out, I start to feel a little restless. The sedentary nature of travel is beginning to take its toll, and I'm starting to feel over-familiar with the Wrangler's passenger seat. I'm glad that I got a chance to stretch my legs last night. Rolling Elysian cornfields span the roadside for the next 5 miles. Turns are few and far between, but Rob's attention never wavers. I'll imagine to grasp his attention briefly. Aren't Jeeps supposed to have poor fuel economy? Well, they ain't the best, but that's always why I bring gas along. Well, it's just the fuel gauge has hardly moved since we left this morning. You noticed that, huh? I was wondering if you were gonna. Why? And what have you done to it? Nothing. It's the road. Makes fuel burn slower. Seriously? Ain't just that either. You finish your food this morning? No. Why? Hardly anyone did, except Apollo. The more you go, the less you need to keep going. Okay. Wait. You said the road pushes you along? Yep. But now you're making it sound like it's helping us along. Yep. So it's hostile whilst also incentivizing us. That sounds odd to me. Sounds like life to me. Reasons to stop, reasons to keep going. I suppose that makes sense. Despite his well-documented obsession with the secrets of the road, Rob seems to have a strangely laissez-faire attitude to its intentional logic. It's like the road doesn't need to make perfect sense to him, or at least doesn't expect it to yet. As the fresh rural air drifts through the windows, I lose myself in its hypnotic endlessness of passing fields. I wonder how many eyes have seen these vistas. I wonder where we are. Not geographically, but in a grander sense. Are we still in the world as I know it? Or are we beyond it, below it? Or have we just slipped through the cracks into some intermediate domain? Rob slows the car down to a crawl, a precaution he takes before most corners. My eyes wander gently back into the Wrangler, finally resting on the rear view. There's something behind us, a humanoid figure shrouded in the soft focus of a considerable distance. It staggers quickly toward the convoy, unsure on its own feet. Rob, what is that? Rob follows my gaze to the rearview mirror. His brow furrows. Something new. Rob grabs the receiver. Before he can make an announcement, the speaker splutters with static, followed by Eve's frantic voice.
Guys, there's something behind us. Guys, something's coming after us. Blue Jay, can you see it?
Blue Jay doesn't answer. I doubt she considers it worth her time. A squealing panic rings over the radio as Eve calls again.
Is it from Jubilation? Guys? Guys!
Stay calm, everyone. Let's pick up the pace a little. Rob lets his foot rest heavier on the gas. The Wrangler gently accelerates, with the rest of the convoy eagerly matching our speed.
Who is that, Rob?
I ain't so sure, but we got a turn coming. Let's just get ourselves off the road, see if he follows. The figure continues to stumble toward us. Its arms hang chokily in the air as it comes into a sharp focus. You can just make out that there's something wrong with its face.
Guys, speed up! Please! Please! Calm down! It's coming for us!
I can sympathize with Eve's panic. I've had the luxury of traveling at the head of the convoy. I was the first across when the godforsaken pine was dropped on the road. Eve is now the second to the last, relaying to the other 3 cars to make their escape before she can follow. Ace had to wait for the rest of us. It cost him everything. Now Eve and Lilith are 1 car closer to being where he was.
It's Face! Oh my god! Oh my god, guys, please!
Jesus, shut up!
Hey, that is not helping. Rob, it's moving pretty fast. We stay on course. It ain't caught up yet. Just...
Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Rob's warnings are cut short by the screeching of tires. Eve swerves out of the convoy's neat single-file line and onto the empty stretch of road beside us. The car accelerates past Bonnie and Clyde, past Apollo. I got a brief glimpse of Eve and Lilith as our windows align. Lilith is yelling at Eve, trying to get her to calm down. Eve is screaming into the air, the puppet of her own frantic terror. Her car shoots past us and down the long road ahead. Rob swears and picks up the radio. The figure continues to lurch toward us. Ferryman to Eve and Lilith. Stop the car right now.
Eve, slow down.
Eve, goddammit, you're gonna... I stare through the windshield as the car stops. Not a slow, grinding acceleration, but an unequivocal, immediate halt. Their bodies are thrown forward against the safety glass as the car becomes utterly motionless. Rob, what's happening? I told him to be careful. Why? What's... I no longer need to answer. I realize that it's written right in front of me. Etched on the side of the road, a brief gap of endless rows of cornfield. Only a little wider than the Wrangler itself. The dirt track that leads off to the left. But about 10 meters ahead of us. 15 meters behind Lilith and Eve. I now understand why Rob was being so careful. Why Eve should have been as well. They missed the next turn. Ferryman to all cars. I found the turn. Let's make it quick. Eve and Lilith, you stay in the car. I'm coming back to get you both. Rob flicks on his turn signal, preparing the group for the sharp left corner, and slams his foot on the accelerator. Lilith and Eve disappear behind a wall of corn as we pull down the dirt track. Rob keeps driving until enough space is left for the rest of the group. Once they're all safely pulled in, Rob climbs into the back of the car, grabs his rifle, and jumps out onto the path. We quickly climb out to follow behind him. When we arrive on the main road, the figure has covered a considerable distance, finally drawing near enough for me to see what's wrong with its face. At a certain point, midway across the crown of the head, running in a straight line down past the cheeks under the jaw, the head completely stops. It's like the foremost section of his skull has been sliced cleanly off and has been bent inward, his entire face concave and shrouded completely in a deep shadow, a ghastly organic hood that seems deeper than physics should allow. This isn't all that's wrong with the picture, however. The man's outstretched arms are bent in several places. Dark purple contusions blossom at every unnatural joint as if his arms have been broken multiple times. His leg is also bent on one side. The reason for the irregular walk that still carries him toward us. Rob looks shaken as he raises the rifle to his shoulder, bidding the figure turn around. The man ignores Rob's demands, continuing its march. Even when the bullet hits it square in the chest, the figure hardly slows down. We're forced to jump out of the way as it continues down the road, even Lilith cowering in their locked car as it approaches. Fear shifts into confusion as the creature passes them by and continues down the road. It's as if it doesn't even know we're here. Rob breathes a sigh of relief, lowers his gun, and runs back to the rest of the convoy. The moment he leaves, my mind notes something peculiar. It's an utterly bizarre observation, especially considering many otherworldly facets of the retreating creature. There's something familiar about it, specifically its fashion sense. The shirt, the dirt-covered jeans, they aren't dissimilar to the ones I found in the brown leather duffel bag resting atop the block of C4. Reaching to my pocket, pulling out my phone, I scroll through the list of contacts as the man heaves himself down the road. I call the second number I discovered last night, the one in the Nokia's received call list, the number that likely belonged to whoever created the bomb and whoever was driving the car that day. After a few moments, a ringtone disrupts the creature's silent walk. I end the call, realizing how reckless I've been, praying that the strange figure doesn't see my actions as an excuse to turn around. I'm lucky, this time at least. The dial tone cuts out and the creature continues to stumble its way toward the horizon. The next thing I hear is a scream. Scanning for its source, I see Eve, her door open with one foot out of the car. She's frantically pulling at her leg, seemingly unable to lift it from the tarmac. Eve, what's going on? With shaking fingers, Eve clumsily unties her shoelace and lifts her leg back into the car. Her boot stays in place, and it's possible to make out a slight elasticity to the road below it. A depression in the tarmac around its base, slowly and steadily. The sole of the boot disappears into the road. Eve watches as the dark tarmac slowly sucks the boot down, enveloping the heel and dragging it beneath the surface. The thought comes to Eve the same moment it does to me. We both fix our eyes on the back of the car where the same soft indent is gradually developing around the tires. Eve's terrified scream is drowned out by the blare of revving engines. I jump out of the way as the rest of the convoy reverse out of the corner and back onto the main road. Blue Jay, Bonnie and Clyde, Apollo, and finally Rob park themselves chaotically around me. Rob jumps out and approaches. They ain't pulled back yet? As soon as he asks the question, he sees the sight before him. Only the neck of Eve's boot remains above the ground, sinking even further into the tarmac. The road gradually, but ferociously churns at the car tires, consuming the rubber and swallowing the lowest edge of the wheel cover. In the midst of such an impossible sight, all I can say to Rob is, they're trying. Lilith and Eve hit the gas hard. The engine growls at the road as it furiously attempts to reverse, the undercarriage creaking and groaning from the sheer mechanical strain. The wheels themselves, however, don't rotate an inch. The tires belong to the road now, taken by the unknown forces that continue to drag them into the earth. The engine chokes, defeated, and I can see Eve screaming into her fists as the roadway calmly continues its work. God damn it, we can't reach him. Tell him to get on top of the car.
What the? What's happening, Rob?
Bristol, tell him to get on the roof. Rob marches off to the Wrangler. The rest of the convoy gather on the road, just in line with the left turn, where we assume it's safe to stand. Everyone, save for Blue Jay, looks on in anxious silence. Eve, Lilith, I need you to get on top of the car, okay? Okay, guys?
We're sinking. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck, where?
Eve, I'm trying to help you. Rob's working on something, but you need to climb on top of the roof of the car. Don't think about anything else. Open the door. Wind down your window and use it as a foothold. Eve is still deaf with worry. Lilith doesn't hesitate. She places one hand on the upper rim of her open door, one foot on the base of the open window, and her free hand palm on the car's roof. The door rocks on its hinges as she puts her weight on it. In one strong motion, she pulls herself backward until she's sitting atop the car. The tarmac has swallowed its way to the car's lower chassis. Eve stares, transfixed by the road as it pulls her ever closer toward it.
Sarah, look at me.
Lilith is crouching on the car's roof, her hand reaching down to Eve. Her friend's voice seems to be the only thing that can break Eve's fearful commune with the waiting abyss. She turns around, Lilith's hands a few inches from her face.
Get up here.
Her eyes brimming with tears, fought back by rapid, shallow breaths, Eve grabs Lilith's hand. Lilith gets a solid handhold from around the lip of her own doorway and heaves Eve up onto the roof of the car. Eve shrieks a little as the door swings, putting all of her trust into Lilith's grip. She joins her friend on the roof just as the road consumes the lower edge of the door, spilling inside the car's cabin like magma. Damn it, they're too far away. Rob has returned from the Wrangler, rapidly uncoiling a braid of long, light blue climber's rope. I'd seen it resting in the back of the car during the trip, never once thinking I'd see it used. Rob threads one end of the rope through the carabiner and secures it in place with a tight knot. He holds it to his side as he shouts to Lilith and Eve. Okay, Lilith, we only got one shot at this. I'm gonna throw you the hook and you're gonna catch it and yank it taut, okay? Then you can hook it onto something, then climb your way over. Don't let it fall, okay? Lilith looks pale. She nods before clambering to her feet and stepping to the back of the car. Eve watches on, her hands wrapped around her legs. Well, here goes nothing. Rob begins to swing the rope over his head, a large undulating circle that quickly levels out as the weight of the carabiner eases the rope onto a flat plane. I instinctively shrug down as the rope passes over my head, swinging faster and faster. Gritting his teeth, his face reddening with the towering pressure of this single throw, Rob lets the rope fly. It arcs in the air like a casting fish line towards Lilith's outstretched hands. I watch it pass in front of her, the metal carabiner glinting in the sun as it falls. She catches it, grasping the rope in her shaking hands. Despite her victory, I see her face contort with a sudden and striking panic. She holds the rope high over her head, staring widely down at the road between us, following her eyes. My heart sinks. She caught the rope, but she didn't pull it taut fast enough. Even with Rob continuing to hold his end high above his head, the rope had too much slack when it landed in Lilith's hands. It's fallen in a sloping arc, the lowest point of which has scraped against the tarmac. It only rests a few precious seconds before Lilith finds herself unable to pull it free. It sinks into the ground, and the rope starts brushing gently against Rob's fingers before he throws it to the ground. God damn it! Okay, I just got something else, something we can put down. The empty jerry cans. They could step on. It's too unstable, and we'd have to throw them perfect. Okay. The road has claimed almost half the car now. eating up the license plate as the vehicle sinks lower and lower. Lilith looks helplessly on as we deliberate, Eve crying her eyes out behind her.
We could get a ground sheet.
We ain't got one that'll stretch. Well, what about...
I'm going out there.
Apollo's blank statement catches us all by surprise. Turning in his direction, I note a direct and powerful confidence in his manner.
They aren't gonna last much longer. It takes a second for the road to get you, and that's how they got so far ahead before they stopped. I drive out, they jump onto my car, then we climb back.
I ain't got more rope.
You got the winch, right? If I drive out with it bunched up in my lap, I can make sure it never goes slack. Then I hook it up to my roof bars, and we get the hell out of Dodge.
You got the best car for it, but I should drive out there.
You need to work the winch. Bonnie and Clyde can't climb back.
He skips over his rationale for not choosing Blue Jay, not wanting to waste time on a foregone conclusion. What about me? I'm lighter. The climb back would be easier.
But you can't help them when they're jumping over. We're wasting time. You know it's a good idea.
Rob takes a moment to consider it, his mind fighting for a better solution. You'd better get back here, Apollo.
Don't plan on hanging around there, Rob.
Apollo grins before sprinting over to his Ranger. Rob, wasting no time, runs to the winch, switches it to manual, and unspools the heavy-duty rope. His hands cross over as he drops each new length onto the ground. I turn back to Lilith. Did you hear that, Lilith? Lilith is huddled next to Eve, attempting to comfort her as the car's headlights disappear into the depths of the road. Her head snaps around when I call.
What's happening?
Apollo's coming out to you. You have to jump onto his car and climb back over, okay?
Okay.
She hurries back to Eve, grasping her friend's shoulder as she relays the plan. Okay, that'll hold. Rob climbing down from the hood of the Wrangler. He's fed the winch cable around and through the lighting rig, ensuring a good level of clearance on the way out. More importantly, for the climb rack, the rope has already been fed through Apollo's driver's side window. Bonnie and Clyde are helping to throw Apollo's baggage out of the trunk and onto the road behind them. The less he has to lose on this trip, the better. All set over here.
Okay. See you on the other side, Rob.
Apollo slams his foot onto the accelerator. The Range Rover bolts forward and powers towards the threshold. The engine roars as he rockets past the left turn and keeps on going into the territory beyond. In the few precious seconds he has, he crosses the distance between the two terrified girls. The winch rope streams through the window and suddenly pulls tight. Apollo is thrown forward as the car comes to an uncompromising stop, roughly a meter's distance from Lilith and Eve. The impact looks brutal, but Apollo somehow manages to keep hold of the rope, and inexplicably, his sense of humor.
I don't think I got the insurance for this.
Clumsily, still feeling the after effects of the sudden stop, Apollo throws open his door and starts to climb out.
Take in the slack, Rob.
My attention fixed on Apollo. I hear the mechanical whir of the winch kick into life. Apollo climbs out of his car and onto the roof. He affixes the hook at the end of the winch to one of his roof bars, securing it in place. A few seconds later, the rope is pulled straight. Apollo steps down onto the hood of his car, his arms outstretched for the girls. It's a short jump, but they'll have to make it from a lower elevation. The trunk of the car already sinking to the ground.
Okay, come on, I got you. We gotta move fast now.
Lilith stands up, helping Eve to her feet before stepping onto the rapidly disappearing trunk.
Okay.
Lilith yelps as she throws herself towards Apollo. Her front foot plants itself on the hood of the car, her other leg flailing in the air behind her. Apollo grabs her by the arms and yanks her onto the car, holding her close to him as she gets her bearing on the smooth metal of the hood. When she's stable, he lets her crawl up onto the roof, where she immediately looks back at Eve.
See, Eve, nothing to it. Come on now.
Eve paces back, her hands shaking as she contemplates the jump. Fighting against her screaming instincts, Eve squeals as she steps across the trunk and makes the leap across. The toe of her shoe lifting off the car mere seconds before it descends into the murky black pitch of the road. Eve lands short of her destination. One desperate, grasping arm makes contact with Apollo's as her leg bangs and scrapes against the Rover's grill, scrambling for any conceivable purchase. Apollo is wrenched sideways by the force of Eve's landing, thrown off balance by the unexpected application of her whole weight. In the gut-churning moments that follow, Eve tugs up on his chest and wraps an arm around her, his center of gravity passing over the edge of the car. The fall takes a lifetime. Wrapped in each other's arms, Eve and Apollo tumble forward toward the patient, ravenous ground. In the split second before he leaves the hood of the car, Apollo uses the last inch of footing to push himself into a slow turn. The twist continues as they fall until Eve is looking at the road, Apollo to the pale blue sky. In one final action, Apollo pushes Eve's waist, holding her at arm's length. Apollo's back thuds into the asphalt, his head smacking audibly against it. Dazed and concussed, he manages to hold Eve aloft, keeping everything but her feet from joining him on the hard ground.
Get back up. Quickly, get back up.
Her face shredded by fear and guilt and sorrow, Eve stares into Apollo's eyes and whimpers. Collecting herself, she pushes herself off him, ripping out her laces and leaving a shoe and sock behind as she clambers back onto the Range Rover. With every moment, she whispers a quivering apology.
It's okay, it's okay. Go on, it's okay.
He repeats those two words over and over and over until I'm not even sure who he's talking to. The road elasticates around him, dragging him down into the depths. Eve looks back to him, her face cringing in misery. Bonnie buries her face in Clyde's chest, unable to watch the next few seconds unfold.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. Just get going, okay? Doesn't hurt. Doesn't hurt, really.
Apollo's ears sink beneath the road, entering a new world of perfect silence. Apollo sees the end nearing.
Oh, God. Rob! Rob!
I won't play his final moments. For you, for your benefit, and ultimately for his. Before he sinks into the road, Apollo asks for Rob to talk to his family. He wants Rob to tell them that he loves them. Rob nods, knowing that Apollo won't be able to hear his response. After a few cries of panic despair, Apollo's eyes and mouth are enveloped by the road. Screams are drowned by the thick, churning asphalt. Eve watches the rest of his body sink while Lilith tugs at her sleeve, pulling her towards the roof.
Come on, we've got to go. Sarah, we've got to go. I'm sorry.
Whispering one last heartfelt apology to the air itself, Eve steps up with Lilith and stares at the cable. Okay, guys, just let yourself down until you're hanging from the rope and work your way across.
I've got it. You ready?
Eve looks to her friend.
I don't. Just watch me, okay? Follow right behind me.
The Range Rover's wheels have now disappeared. With every passing second, the cable's clearance diminishes, and now the angle between the roof bar and the Wrangler's lighting rig becomes steeper. They need to start moving now or not at all. Eve looks across the length of rope and can feel her mind kicking back at the prospect.
I can't. Sarah, we fucking have to, okay? Follow behind me.
Lilith wraps her arm around Eve, hugging her stiff, shivering frame, before letting go and crouching down to the rope, slowly working her way under it, her hands clenching the cable, her legs wrapping securely around it. Lilith starts to pull herself along the rope, shifting her feet every few seconds behind her. She fixes her eyes on me and she drags herself to the halfway mark.
Is she following?
The asphalt swallows the Range Rover's lower chassis. Eve hasn't moved a muscle. The stretch of black tarmac might as well be a bottomless ravine. The Grand Canyon. The idea of hanging herself over it mortifies her. Sarah! Sarah, it's not as bad as it looks. Please, please, come on. Lilith crosses the threshold. Her knuckles are white as she continues to cling to the rope. Rob marches up to her and helps her down into his arms, coaxing her hands free by telling her that she's safe. As soon as her feet hit the ground again, they give way beneath her and Lilith sinks to the ground crying out.
Sarah! Come on, please! I can't. Please, Sarah, I need you here.
Her shallow breaths quaking with anxiety, Eve slowly crouches down and grips the rope. Slowly but surely, as the asphalt consumes the car's license plate less than a meter below her, Eve lowers herself down and with clumsy desperation drags herself along the rope. She's left it late. Her back hangs mere inches from the hungry ground as she shuffles unevenly toward us, lifting her feet and scraping them up to the road, her arms straining to stay locked.
I'm not going to make it. You are. Keep going.
The Range Rover's window is now disappearing. Inside, the dashboard has been submerged. With every yard that Eve manages to climb, the lowering rope ensures she stays close to the ground, even over the final few inches. My heart breaks the moment her foot slips. It happens almost too quickly to register as Eve erratically shuffles her feet along the rope. Her bare foot gives way, swinging underneath her and kicking down onto the ground. Eve tries to raise it in time before discovering that she can't.
No, please.
Thrown entirely off balance, Eve tries to pull herself up. However, with her lower legs seeping into the dark tar, her position can't be maintained. She falls, her body twisting as she falls onto the road. Lilith releases a terrible shrieking cry. Eve whimpers as the side of her head rests against the tarmac, her cheek already subsumed.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, please don't be sorry. I love you. I love you. Jen, I love you too. I'm sorry I did. I'm so sorry.
Eve tries to reply, but half of her mouth is sealed shut. Encased in the creeping asphalt, her short breath finally melts into one long inhalation, as her nose and mouth are sunk entirely. One remaining eye takes a final, fleeting look at Lilith before vanishing. I look away from what is still distinct. The important things are already gone. Lilith collapses to her knees, a screaming torrent of grief expelled from her burning lungs. Rob is completely immobile, likely searching for something practical in which to bury himself. Bonnie and Clyde simply look lost as they turn their backs on the sinking Range Rover. Blue Jay's reaction surprises me. She stares into the tarmac, the smirk ripped from her face, replaced by a familiar look of shell shock. She repeatedly mutters something under her breath, something that sounds like, "It's not real, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real, it's not real." We stand in silence for what seems like an age, accompanied by the breeze and Lilith's gradually waning laments. After she's exorcised the immediate torment, her screaming descends into a deathly stillness. Rob makes the first step to approach her. I can take you back home if you want to.
No. No.
Lilith wipes her eyes as tears continue to fall freely down her cheeks. When she turns around, she looks enraged.
No. I'm still going. I'm going to get to the end.
You know, I can't tell you when that'll be. Lilith stands up and glares at Rob, then looks over to Bonnie and Clyde.
Are you guys still going? Do you have a seat free?
The siblings look to each other. Bonnie nods.
You got a place with us if you want it.
Is the door unlocked?
Yeah.
Then what the fuck are we waiting around for?
Lilith marches over to Clyde's Ford and climbs into the back seat. She waits for us, impatiently to finish up. Anyone else want to turn around? Rob looks to me and Blue Jay. Blue Jay sends a look of deep scorn his way before marching off to her own car. Gristle, the Range Rover has finally sunk. The road has settled back into a hard, permanent surface. It isn't like Rob to offer me a ride home, and I feel overwhelmingly like I should just take him up on it. But there are too many questions unanswered, too many unchallenged mysteries weaved into the fabric of this journey. Going back now wouldn't be a return. It would be a retreat. I'm still going. A few minutes later, the 3 remaining cars roll down the dirt tarmac, leaving another incomprehensible atrocity behind us. There's part of me that can't believe I'm still continuing down this road. The greater part of me is astonished that no one took the opportunity to turn around. As Rob carries me to the next turn, the one after that, I realize that we all have our reasons. I'd become obsessed with chasing the truth, as had Blue Jay in her way. Bonnie had her own unsettling motives for carrying on, and Clyde wasn't able to abandon her. Lilith had directed her smoldering anger and grief toward the road itself, seeking deliverance at its end. And Rob, as far as he's concerned, there's only one direction to go. Still, I think of the sorrows that have already befallen us, and the potential for unspeakable ruin that lies ahead. I realize that no one in their right mind will continue down this road. I suppose no one is. Hey guys, sorry it's taken a while to get this posted up. I've been busy chasing leads with the US missing persons. I won't waste more of your time. Here's the log. If you have any information, then please